In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
DS, picture. First time natin kay DS.
to order. Please rise for the singing of the national anthem to be led by Don Bosco School Choral.
Paglayang minamahal, ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdilimdim. Ang bituin ng araw niya kailang pamay di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw na buwan, ating pagsinta mo'y ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pa, may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the doxology to be performed by Don Bosco School Choral.
Like the bee gathering honey from the different flowers, the wise person accepts the essence of the different scriptures and sees only the good in all religions. We pause in quiet reflection to offer this prayer for a peaceful world. In our individual and personal ways, we call upon the Holy One who sustains our lives and who inspires us to live with compassion and kindness and peace.
We ask for our daily guidance in all of our personal relationships, in our work and play, and in our community involvement, that we might model the possibilities of peace in everything we say and in everything we do.
Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be known as the children of God. But I say to you that here, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, bless those who curse you, pray for those who abuse you. To those who strike you on the cheek, offer the other also. And from those who take away your cloak, do not withhold your coat as well. Give to everyone who begs from you, and of those who take away your goods, do not ask them again. And as you wish that others would do to you, do so to them.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, praise to the Lord of the universe that created us and made us into tribes and nations, so that we may know each other, not that we may despise each other. If the enemy inclines towards peace, do thou also incline towards peace. And trust in God, for the Lord is the one that heareth and knoweth all things. And the servant of God, most gracious are those who walk on the earth in humility, and when we address them, we say peace.
Peace and universal love is the essence of the gospel, preached by all the enlightened ones. The Lord has preached the equanimity is the Dharma. Forgive do I creatures all, and let all the creatures forgive me. Unto all have I amity, and unto none enmity. Know that violence is the root, cause of all miseries in the world. Violence, in fact, is the knot of bondage. Do not injure any living being. This is the eternal, perennial, and unalterable way of spiritual life. A weapon, howsoever powerful it may be, can always be superseded by a superior one. But no weapon, however, be superior to non-violence and love.
Lord Jesus Christ, who are called the Prince of Peace, who are yourself our peace and reconciliation, who so often said, peace to you, please grant us peace. Make all men and women witness truth, justice, and brotherly love. Banish them from their hearts whatever might endanger peace. Enlighten our rulers, that they may guarantee and defend the great gift of peace. May all peoples on the earth and become brothers and sisters. May long for peace blossom forth and reign always over us all. Amen.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace.
Bless you and keep you. The Lord lift his countenance upon you
And give you peace.
and give you peace. And give you peace. The Lord makes his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you and be gracious. The Lord be gracious, gracious unto you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskub, Bautista, Bautista Lin, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulut Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomar, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Himbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 235 members responded to the call.
With 235 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions, including communications and committee reports. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 9535, creating the Philippine Renewable Energy Corporation by Representative Arenas.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 9536, mandating restaurants and food establishments to allow serving half-cup portion of rice by Representative Garin.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 9537, granting Philippine citizenship to Alexander Sergeyevich Korovin by Representative D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 9538, according equal rights to wives and husbands in the Philippines by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 9539, instituting a scholarship program for disciplines under the humanities and social sciences by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 9540, authorizing the COMELEC to use an automated election system in the conduct of barangay and sangguniang kabataan elections by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 9541, amending PD 1621, the anti-fencing law by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 9542, repealing Article 247 of the Revised Penal Code on death or physical injuries inflicted under exceptional circumstances by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 9543, providing for the revised Animal Welfare Act of the Philippines by Representative Gomez.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 9544, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Wave Network Incorporated by Representative Gomez.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
House Bill 9545, establishing a senior high school in Sin Banali, Bacoor City, Cavite, to be known as Sin Banali Senior High School by Representatives Mercado Revilla, Revilla Bryan, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 9546, converting the LTO satellite office in Ticao Island, Masbate into a regular LTO district office to be stationed in San Jacinto, Masbate by Representatives Co Ricardo and Co Olga Ara.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 9547, extending the period of implementation of the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund by Representative Vergara.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 9550, providing for a national housing development, production, and financing program and regularizing its appropriation for its implementation by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, and Tulfo Irwin.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 9551, granting the Aklan Electric Cooperative a franchise to construct, operate, and maintain a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users of the 17 municipalities of Aklan, municipalities of Pandan and Libertad in the province of Antique, and in Damayan in the municipality of Sapian, Capiz, by Representative Haresco.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
House Bill 9552, amending RA 11350, the National Commission on Senior Citizens Act, by Representative Ordanes.
to the Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill 9553, extending the existing franchise of Camarines Sur 1 Electric Cooperative Incorporated for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Libmanan, Cabusao, Sipoco, Tragay, Lupi, Pamplona, Pasacao, San Fernando, Gainza, and Camaligan, all in the province of Camarines Sur, by Representatives Bordado, Dagoc, and De Jesus.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
House Bill 9554, granting Philippine citizenship to Prince Abubakar Danzuma Mohammed Kutigi by Representative Goles.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 9555, authorizing the city or municipal civil registrar and the consul general to change the sex and the name of an intersex person appearing in the civil register without the need of a judicial order by Representative Roman.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 9557, changing the term of office of barangay and SK officials from 3 to 5 years and the term of office which shall not go beyond 2 consecutive terms by Representative Corvera.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 9558, establishing and institutionalizing senior citizen sectoral representation at the community level, including enabling mechanisms for meaningful elderly participation in nation building by Representative Aquino Magsaysay.
to the Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill 9559, providing for measures in order to prevent road rage and penalize any act which constitutes the same by Representative Baronda.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 9560, protecting good Samaritans who provide assistance to those in need by Representative Baronda.
to the Committee on People's Participation,
Resolutions. House Resolution 1470, urging Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries to call for an inquiry as to the compliance of banks in the implementation of the Agriculture, Fisheries, and Rural Development Financing Enhancement Act of 2022 by Representative Tiem.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1471, calling on the House Committee on Public Order and Safety and other appropriate committees to conduct an investigation on the alleged involvement of officers and personnel of PNP assigned at the Office of Chief PNP NCR Police Office and the District Special Operations Unit, Southern Police District on the commission of the crimes of unlawful arrest, arbitrary detention, robbery, extortion, and grave coercion against 4 female Chinese nationals by Representative Ako.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1472, expressing strong support to the Israel government and in condemnation of the unwarranted attacks aimed to the people of Israel by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Message from the Senate. Message dated November 15, 2023, informing the House that on November 14, 2023, the Senate designated Senators Tulfo, Villanueva, Marcos, Escudero, and Ontiveros as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221 and House Bill 7325.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Various reports submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund and quarterly financial reports of operations.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Reports dated November 14, 2023 and November 15, 2023 of the House Secretary General on enrolled copies of the consolidated version of Senate Bill 2233 and House Bill 6527 and Senate Bill 1846 and House Bill Number 4, respectively, which were returned to the Senate and to be transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. Committee reports. Committee report number 857 submitted by the Committee on Natural Resources on House Bill number 9549. Committee report 858 submitted by the Committee on Health on House Bill 9556. Committee report number 859 submitted by the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 9513.
To the aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Honorable Attorney Jervil Beatrix Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas. We have visitors from the municipality of San Luis, Batangas. We have the municipal agriculturist Rinco Hernandez, Public Schools District Supervisor Dr. Gina Laksamana. We also have the following school principals: Jasmine Kaibigan, Clarice Onda, Romana Hernandez, Willie Malapitan, Valin Encarnacion, Arlene Cometa, Luningning Legaspi, Rhea Torres, Maylene Del Rosario, Analiza Montero, Maylene Del Rosario, Maria Linda Padua, Roberta Bellarmino, Lemmy Onda, Maylene De Villa, Elena De Calaro, Irene Lianes, Cynthia Signo, Joselito Quasay, Marites Bonifacio, and Angelo Manalo.
To the guests of Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luestro of the 2nd District of Batangas, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also welcome to the House of Representatives the visitors of Congressman Felimon Espares of the Co-op NATCO party list. We have managers from Barbaza Multipurpose Cooperative. They are the following: Buena Jean Vecina, Mary Jane Espartero, Donna Rose Gepatulan, Ruth Mascareñas, Golda Ambid, Jasmine Perez, Marlene Necor, Percival Akdol, Erwin Banya, Alexander Amantillo Jr., Edwin Sanchez, Glenn Arguelles, Ian Hubert Loquinario, Ray Tocoyo, and Earl Ian Senal.
To the guests of Honorable Congressman Filemon Espares, Co-op NATCO party list, welcome to the House of Representatives. Yan. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Christopherson Coco Yap from the 2nd District of Southern Leyte. The guests are as follows: from the Municipality of Tomas Opus, Mr. Alejandro Aves, Ms. Elvira Aves. From the Municipality of San Francisco, Lori Grace Dayok, Pamela Ria Caday, Mechi Suarez, Bienvido Saturinas, Brian John Polo, Maria Sheena Cero, Christopher Subang, Jocelyn Siega, Nicole Quitoriano, and Romeline Tagra.
To the guests of Congressman Christopher Yap, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Session is resumed. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed to the consideration of measures under the calendar of business.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open consideration of House Bill number 9513 under Committee Report number 859, and may we request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is adopted. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill and the committee reports.
House Bill number 9513, an act providing additional criterion for the availment of the unprogrammed appropriations, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11936 or the 2023 General Appropriations Act.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we proceed with the period of sponsorship and debate.
The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Is there any objection? Chair is done. Motion is approved. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Joey Salceda of the 2nd District of Albay to sponsor the measure.
The gentleman from Albay, Congressman Joey Sarte Salceda, is now recognized. Mr. Sponsor, you are now recognized. Okay. Floor Leader. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually in the middle of a debate with the Honorable Congressman Lagman.
Congressman Edsel Lagman, you're now recognized po to continue your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we know whether the sponsor is aware of a message which reads as follows. May we request your attendance on Monday, November 20, 2023, 3 p.m. at the plenary for the sponsorship and debate on second reading of House Bill number 9513, an act amending Republic Act number 11936 or the fiscal year number 2023 General Appropriations Act. May we know whether the distinguished sponsor is aware of this Viber message to members of the House?
I personally am not aware.
Okay. At the end of this message, is a note. Attendance is a must. Thanks. And a carrot figure. May we know what is meant by this carrot figure?
I'm not aware, Your Honor.
You're not aware.
So, I'm not in any Viber group where I saw that message, Your Honor.
Okay. May we request the sponsor to relate with the Committee on Appropriations to find out from whom did this message emanate and who was responsible in placing the figure of a carrot at the end of the message.
Can I ask for a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that my time be put on hold.
Yes, the Secretary General is directed. Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Chair, I clarify with the Committee on Appropriations, which is the sponsoring committee, and they are not aware of that message being sent, Your Honor.
So, may we know who could tell us from whom this message emanated? If the Committee on Appropriations is denying authorship of this message, who would be interested to have a full attendance in the plenary session today when this particular measure is going to be considered on sponsorship and debate?
Your Honor, as far as I'm concerned, attendance in the plenary is always a must, with or without carrot.
And many members of the House signified the receipt of the message and their attendance.
Well, Your Honor, to be forthright, I did not see that message.
Okay. Okay. Now, to be forthright also, could you tell us what is meant by a carrot?
Well, Your Honor, without overextending my capabilities, unless there is a stick at the side of it, then it probably would mean carrot or a stick. So, but I'm not here to lecture, Your Honor, but certainly that's ordinarily how you understand a carrot when used as a literary form of expression. You either get a carrot or a stick. So that's how far I can explain, Your Honor. So with respect to the context by which this message was sent, I'm totally unaware, Your Honor. But since you have asked a question, I have ventured bravely how to interpret a carrot in that sense.
In this message, which says, note attendance is a must, thanks, there is the figure of a carrot and also a stick. So carrot and a stick. And we all know that carrot would mean a special privilege or interest given to certain persons, and a stick is a symbol of punishment. That is why we have the carrot and the stick. So I am just trying to put this on record because we should not be doing this in messaging our members. That if you attend, you will have the carrot, but if you don't attend, you will be punished with a stick. Or if you approve, you will be given a carrot, and if you disapprove or vote against, a stick will be the next to follow. Now, may we know from the sponsor which GOCCs whose purported excess funds over and above their operational, administrative, and administrative expenses will be targeted to fund the unprogrammed appropriations in the 2023 GAA?
As I've said, Your Honor, in our past debate, there will be 11 at least.
Can the sponsor enumerate the 11?
Thank you. PhilHealth, PDIC, Philippine Reclamation Authority, Transco, PNCC, Apple Production Unit, PPA, Southern Philippines Development Authority, Center for International Trade, Exposition and Missions, Laguna Lake Development Authority, and Cebu Ports Authority. These are GOCCs with available funds in excess of operations or reserve requirements.
Aside from the principal 11 GOCCs, are there other GOCCs in line?
Presumably, Your Honor, yes, there will be.
There will be. And may we know who are those presumed to be next in line?
Your Honor, the aforementioned GOCCs 11 already account for 560.8 billion in excess available funds. And essentially, in order to achieve the objective of this measure, which is really to prevent growth from falling from 6%, we only need 266 billion. So it's less than half of the identified available excess funds of the 11. So in short, Your Honor, although there may be some other GOCCs, these 11 amply provide already the cover for the necessary 266 billion, which has been computed as the necessary government GFCE or government final consumption expenditure that is necessary in order to prevent the fourth quarter growth from falling below 6%, which is our target, Your Honor.
Can we get that figure correctly? Is it 66.8 billion?
266.
266.
That's correct, Your Honor.
266 billion. And how is that 266 billion divided among the targeted GOCCs?
Dito, saan ko kunin dito sa 266, 560?
Dito sa floor.
I think, Your Honor, the first criterion will be, is it already in cash? So those that are in cash, then those that are in near cash or cash equivalents. But in general, Your Honor, I would say that it would be, the second criteria would be size. So in that sense, the size would be, it will be PhilHealth, PDIC, Philippine Ports Authority, Philippine Reclamation Authority, and the Philippine Ports Authority.
That partially answers my question. But let me be more specific. How much is supposed to be contributed by PhilHealth?
Itong taon, paano to? Ang layo sa 26. Kaya hindi mo pa pwedeng 26. Hindi kalahati nito, wala na. I think, Your Honor, if you use, let's say, a sequence, I don't wish to fix a particular figure, but definitely I think the bulk of the 266 would definitely come from PhilHealth.
Yes, but these DOCCs should be made aware how much would be coming from them.
I think
in absolute amount, if possible. So how much of the bulk of the 266 will come from PhilHealth?
Ano sasabihin ko?
Then determine yung criteria natin.
Your Honor, there is a process which we use for Bayanihan 1, wherein the Bureau of Treasury will make a cash sweep of all these 11 or other GOCCs as you indicated, and then they will determine where cash is immediately available from these GOCCs. So there will be a process, Your Honor, which we already used in Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2. The same process will essentially be used.
So at the moment, the sponsor cannot tell this body how much will be the contribution of PhilHealth.
Your Honor, because if you total, we have a total of identified from this 11 of 560 billion. I do not wish to venture that it will be a prorating. But generally, Your Honor, I think what we would require is that a process would be done in order to identify the cash or a sweep of the cash of this 11 identified and then do the prioritization based on the cash.
May we know, Mr. Speaker, what is that process?
As I've said, Your Honor, that the BTR, just like in Bayanihan 1 and 2, we did a sweep of all the GOCCs, and then, of course, we identified the available cash or near cash equivalents, and then some other, like some of them may be in bonds or in time deposits, and then the prioritization would be, Your Honor, in terms of what is most immediately done without, pre-terminating, for example, some of these cash being available.
But that does not answer my question, Mr. Speaker.
That is the process, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, my question is, what is the process? What basically is going to be done by the Bureau of the Treasury or the Department of Finance with respect to this bill on funding and program appropriations? Would it be different with respect to the process done with the Bayanihan as one or Bayanihan to Hill?
Number one. First, according to the BTR, first, look at their cash. Second, their investable assets. And then their program expenditures, if there are. Then, of course, the excess that is available in order to come up with the 266 billion.
I hope the process would include safeguards that the viability of the GOCCs will not be affected.
Yes.
Because we know that when the Bayanihan legislation was enforced, certain GOCCs incurred losses, and eventually the government had to subsidize them, like CAAP, for example.
That's correct, Your Honor. That's why when we say investable, what is the investable activities? And therefore, when you say investable activities, these are the activities that make these GOCCs profitable or sustainable. That is the last line, Your Honor. In other words, if we will undermine, that's why we say cash, available cash, and then we go to less their investable activities. Because these investable activities are those activities that have been programmed by the GOCCs in order to secure their profitability or their sustainability.
Well, that is why during the hastily called committee hearing last Thursday, some of the resource persons said that this bill should include a proviso that the viability of the GOCCs concerned should not be affected. Do you recall that, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, I was there, Your Honor.
Okay. Will that be included in the bill?
At the appropriate time, Your Honor, certainly that would be, I think, a necessary criterion.
Okay. Now, of the 11 targeted GOCCs principally, how many attended the hastily called committee hearing last Thursday?
Ilan lahat? So the time of the gentleman will not be deducted, Your Honor. So may I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended. Sessions resumed. Mr. Sponsor,
Well,
please proceed.
There were at least 4, PDIC, Transco, and PhilHealth, and GCG, which actually could speak for all of them.
BCG is not a GOCC.
Well,
It should not be counted as a respondent GOCC. So only 3 actually appeared during the committee
correct,
hearing,
Your Honor. And
and 8 were not there.
correct, but that would account for almost 70% of the 560 billion.
For example, the Philippine Sports Authority was not there.
No, but the Philippine Sports Authority was not there.
The Philippine Ports Authority was not also there.
Philippine Ports?
Yes.
Oh yeah, was not there.
Ports Authority was not there.
That's not there.
Was not there. And 6 others. Is the committee intending to call those who were not able to attend the hastily called committee hearing?
Your Honor, as I've said, since Your Honor, just using Pareto law, wherein if you 80% is already accounted for. So basically, Your Honor, PNCC, PDIC, Transco, and PhilHealth were already there. So, Your Honor, any incremental substantiality of their testimony, Your Honor, would be, the marginal utility would be less useful, Your Honor, because you already had 80% already there.
Well, would you recall, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, what was the position of Transco?
Transco, net surplus should not be used as an indication of the cost position of a GOCC. Net surpluses are remitted to PISAM, and PISAM's funding will be sourced in 2024 from unprogrammed appropriations. Transco requests that the determination of excess funds of Transco be consulted with the GCG and DOF.
In other words, Transco was hesitant to endorse the bill because, according to them, all of the revenues, except for operation and administration, would be remitted to PISAM for PISAM to pay the debt service of this power sector. Do you recall that, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, Your Honor. But from a research standpoint, Your Honor, accumulated surplus inside Transco, especially if it is a liquid instrument, or excess national government resource not put to good use. And from an operating standpoint, excess cash makes more sense as a measure of having funds in excess of what is needed for operations. I think, Your Honor, at the end of the day, certainly all these GOCCs, these 5 GOCCs, which account for 80% of the total identified 560 billion, need to coordinate with the GCG and the DOF, especially, as you have said, we added that criterion, the last criterion of investable funds, and therefore I think we cannot either on its own undermine the sustainability of a particular institution, or in relation to another institution like PISAM, undermine it. So this will certainly be considered, Your Honor, once we make that cash sweep and determine which of these cash can be used in order to fund the release of unprogrammed appropriations.
May we know whether Transco has submitted its position paper?
Yes, Your Honor.
When was it submitted?
Anong timestamp yan? It was received this morning, but it was written last November 17, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Now, with respect to PhilHealth, it was also reluctant to endorse the bill because of certain constraints, like provision in the charter, and also the need for fully having a universal coverage for PhilHealth, which is not yet reached. Would you recall that?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor, but I have debated them in that committee hearing. Because every year the national government pays them 216 billion. And that 216 billion is already the estimated 2-year of cash reserves that is necessary for them to operate in order to meet their benefit schedule, as well as preserve the capacity of PhilHealth from any sudden surge of benefit claims, because the 2-year reserve requirements has already been met, whereas they have 466 billion in cash or near cash equivalents.
As of today, what is the coverage of PhilHealth with respect or objective to have a universal coverage?
Your Honor, may I ask whether you mean coverage of the entire population?
Yes.
Or a coverage of their reserves?
Oh no, coverage of the entire population as being members of the PhilHealth.
Definitely, if it's reserve, Your Honor, their coverage would be about 7 times. But with respect to coverage of population, may I ask for 1 minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Sessions resumed. Please proceed.
under the law, Your Honor, they should already be 100% or universal. Otherwise, it's not universal.
So the sponsor is saying that as of today, there is already universal coverage for the entire Philippine population.
In other words, the liability of PhilHealth is 100%.
Now, my question is whether, as of today, the entire population of the Philippines is universally covered by PhilHealth. That's about the liability.
The answer to that, Your Honor, would be yes. Because anybody could go to any hospital and make a claim that he is covered by PhilHealth.
Now, has PhilHealth submitted its comment?
Unfortunately, Honor, we don't have them on hand right now.
Okay.
What I have on hand is Bureau of Treasury, Commission on Audit, DBM, GCG, and Transco. Those are the written position papers that are on hand.
With respect to GCG, when was it submitted?
Last Friday, Your Honor.
With respect to the Department of Budget and Management, when was it submitted?
This morning, Your Honor.
This morning. The PDIC was also reluctant in endorsing the bill. Would you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, recall that?
The reluctance comes from the fact that there is a proposal here in Congress to increase the minimum required deposits that need to be insured with PDIC. But I already countered that in 2008 and 9, one of the measures taken by the Arroyo administration, because Singapore was offering only coverage to any deposit. So the Congress, under then Speaker Nograles, doubled the minimum required from 250 to 500. So lo and behold, Your Honor, it resulted in PhilHealth, in PDIC having 184 billion in excess funds vis-a-vis the reserve requirements as required by law. So unless Congress, at this point, immediately pass a law that increases the minimum deposit insurance from the current 500,000, which already proven to be more than sufficient because of the excessive, or in fact, excess. Yes, it's excessive of excessive reserves that are being accumulated in PDIC's balance sheet, Your Honor.
Has PDIC submitted its comment?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Has it requested for an extension of the period given to it, which was only 1 day?
They asked until Wednesday, Your Honor.
Okay, they asked until Wednesday. Now, pending the submission of the requested comments from the concerned GOCCs and agencies, a committee report was already made by the Committee on Appropriations on November 16, the same day of our committee hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Then, after the committee hearing last Thursday, a new committee report was submitted.
Okay. And this was submitted to the Bills in Index Division of the House sometime at noontime last Thursday. Is that
That's correct.
And this committee report was made even before the required submissions and comments were received by the committee. Is that correct?
I think, Your Honor, the first one was definitely, there was a committee hearing. And the second one was, of course, upon request of His Honor, that affected GOCCs be present or be consulted. So, Your Honor, during the time we had essentially PDIC, we had Transco, we had PhilHealth, we had PRA, and we had PNCC essentially making their positions known by the Committee on Appropriations.
Yes, but the Committee on Appropriations gave them at least 1 day, up to Thursday last week, to submit their position papers. And many of them failed to submit, and some even asked for extension of time. Why did the committee approve a committee report when the comments of the GOCC's concern have not yet been received by the committee for its appropriation, for its appreciation?
From, Your Honor, from a judgment point of view, a committee makes a judgment based on what is already available. The committee already had the comment of the GCG, which oversees all these GOCCs, not just their financial performance, as well as their management, and would have an independent view of the available GOCC funds and the BTR, which has the overall view of the cash position of all institutions of the national government. And therefore, Your Honor, the comment of the GCG as well as the BTR were given due weight by the Committee on Appropriations.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, no less than the BCG requested for additional time to submit its comments. That is on record.
Yes,
And
Your Honor,
how can we say that the GCG is fully endorsing this measure on behalf of the GOCCs under its jurisdiction when it was even asking for additional time to file its comments? And until now, have we received that comment by the GOCC?
Yes, Your Honor. But
we have received it. But the committee, even before receipt of that comment from the GOCC, already approved the second committee report.
Your Honor.
Less than an hour, minutes after the adjournment of the hastily called committee hearing.
Thank you very much.
This is not a proper performance of a committee. When a committee calls for a meeting and asks the resource persons to file or submit their comments, then the committee should first wait for the submission of the comments before making a premature committee report. And I am really apprehensive that for purposes of fast-tracking a legislation, we are waylaying our committee system. In the comment of the Department of Budget and Management, it says, we note that this legislative bill is primarily a revenue measures. Are you aware of that comment?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if it is primarily a revenue measure, to which you agree, Mr. Sponsor, why are we not referring this bill to the proper committee, which is chaired by the distinguished sponsor?
Because, Your Honor, it refers to excess revenues that can unleash the unprogrammed appropriation. So in short, Your Honor, if you look at the heart and soul of the bill, it really refers to adding a criterion to another criterion to the existing three that can be used in order to release an unprogrammed appropriation. In other words, Your Honor, this is a work of the Committee on Appropriations, and this bill essentially amends a work of the Committee on Appropriation, and therefore properly belongs to the Committee on Appropriations.
I beg to disagree, Mr. Speaker. Sequestering alleged or purported excess funds or revenues is that act of appropriation. It is a principal revenue measure. The revenue measure is to fund the unprogrammed appropriations. So the proper committee is really the committee of the sponsor. And that should be referred to his committee so that the committee members can take the necessary action. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that before we proceed to deliberate on this measure should be referred to the proper committee, the Committee on Ways and Means, Mr. Speaker. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Anong gagawin?
Meron ba magtatanong? Tanong mo nga kung mag-interpret pa to. Approve na natin.
Pabotohan.
Yes, Dr. Sum. Mr. Sponsor, please proceed.
Sir, after conferring with the DBM as well as all the others, they say, one, this is not a new revenue measure. This actually refers to an allocation of an existing revenue that is already there. And being there already, Your Honor, it doesn't require that this particular measure should go through the Committee on Ways and Means. because in the Committee on Ways and Means, we essentially make determination of measures that proposes new revenue measures, not allocation of measures. So this particular bill is an allocation of an existing resource, of an existing revenue, Your Honor. So I disagree with the motion, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may we ask the representative of the Department of Budget and Management what is meant by this statement, and I quote, "We note that the legislative bill is primarily a revenue measure," unquote.
Pero wala naman, hindi mo nasulat yung allocation.
For clarification, magka-clarify na lang kami.
The DBM would like to make a clarification on what was written or submitted, that the word allocation was not there. So in short, Your Honor, what they meant with that reference is resource allocation, that this is primarily a resource allocation measure.
There is nothing here which is ambiguous or vague. Let me quote again. We note that the legislative bill is primarily a revenue measure. This is very clear. There is no ambiguity in this statement that the measure we are considering is a revenue measure. Because when you allocate revenues or funds already collected, for example, that is not an act of appropriation. That is an act of putting revenues in their proper places, which is a primary function of the Committee on Ways and Means, not appropriation.
Well, as I've said, I differ with the view of this gentleman that this is an act of appropriating an existing unused resource that is already embedded, that are already existing inside these 11 GOCCs, and therefore need not go through. In short, this is more of an allocation or an appropriation action by the government.
For example, the second criterion here is when there is an excess tax collection, both revenue taxes or tariff and non-tax.
Correct.
Correct. Who determines whether there is an excess of tax and tariff collections over the target?
It will be the BTR, Your Honor.
The BTR?
Correct.
How about the BIR?
But in general, it's the BTR that has the numbers, but who makes the determination would be the DBCC.
Now, it is now the fourth quarter of the year. Do we have any excess tax collections or tariff collections over respective targets?
Not yet. Pero we are scheduled. No? This is the actual as of September. This is the original target ng custom. 65, this is September. Expect to hit that. Kasi the full year target.
My time is running, Mr. Speaker.
We expect to exceed.
So, ano gagawin ko?
At least for custom, we expect.
May I request that my time be stopped?
Secgen, please take note.
For customs. Right now, wala pa po, sir. But for customs.
Pero ito hindi. Your Honor,
Please
based
proceed,
on
Mr.
the
Sponsor.
most. I give the gentleman the best quality information, and therefore I need to seek the source of this information. One example would be customs. They're already hitting right now 660 billion as of September 30, and their target for the full year is 765 billion. And given this performance, they're more likely to hit 874 billion. So, Your Honor, since these are still notional or estimates, right now we do not, the basis for whether the test, whether there are excess revenues cannot be employed in order to unleash the unprogrammed appropriation. But they do expect that custom will exceed its collections.
And do we have any certification of that positive estimate?
No,
from
Your
the
Honor,
Bureau
because...
of Customs?
No, Your Honor, but it's purely on the basis of statistical analysis, Your Honor, that if up by September you're already making 660 billion, so you still have 3 more months to hit 765 billion.
How about the Bureau of Internal Revenue?
Well, anyway, Your Honor, in November 3 of 2023, the DBCC issued a special DBCC joint statement which says that the national government's revenue performance is expected to exceed the target set during the 184th DBCC meeting in April 2023. For the first 9 months of this year, total revenues hit 2.84 billion, higher by 6.8% year-on-year. Both tax and non-tax revenues registered positive growth at 6.4% and 10.5% respectively. What I'm saying, Your Honor, is that there is no certification. What we have here is an official joint statement by the DBCC.
And how much non-tax revenues are supposed to accrue this fiscal year?
Your Honor, under the BSEF, the non-tax revenues is 168 billion. But as of January 1 to September 30, we already have 296 billion. So in short, Your Honor, even our non-tax revenue is much higher by 135 billion than what's in our BSEF, Your Honor. So again, this is another criterion. But as I've said, Your Honor, that's why we made an amendment to one of the criterion for non-tax or for tax, that they should be taken as a whole because of the possibility that some of the other items in the revenue mix may not hit their target or may not exceed. So in short, Your Honor, the bill, as it is already stated, says very specifically that the test for release of an unprogram should be based on the total tax pie rather than focusing, let's say, on non-tax revenues alone, instead using the total tax mix. So if we use the non-tax revenues, for example, Your Honor, then definitely using the first criterion of the three that could unleash or release a particular unprogrammed appropriation has already been met of up to 135 billion, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, anyway, we will have to make the final reckoning at the end of the year whether there would be an excess on tax, non-tax, and tariff collections. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, I recall that during the Thursday meeting, it was adjourned without any approval on record of the bill or of the committee report. Is this correct?
I heard, Your Honor, that Midi Kua made a motion.
Yes, there was a motion to approve the bill, but the chair never put to voting said motion.
Because, Your Honor, there was no objection.
Even if there was no objection, I don't recall if there was any objection at all. There was a motion, but it was never put to a vote.
I
With
remember,
respect to the
Your Honor,
approval of
because
the bill.
both of us
May
were-
we know whether the committee report was also approved during that session?
I was there, Your Honor, and I heard it, Your Honor. One, that there was a motion to approve. Second, that it was seconded. Third, that there was no objection, and therefore it was properly approved within the Committee on Appropriation last Thursday, Your Honor.
Well, I was also there, but I don't recall that it was submitted to a votation during that time. And I also recall that the committee report, which was not yet prepared at that time, was never subjected to a confirmation or voting by the committee.
As is the parliamentary practice, Your Honor. Representative Kua, Mr. Chair, may I move that committee secretary be directed to prepare the committee report on House Bill number 9153 and approve the said committee report subject to style. So I move, Mr. Chair. The presiding officer, Janet Garin. Any second? Duly seconded by Congressman Albano, Tony Pet. There's a motion, duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried. The committee secretary is hereby directed to prepare and file the committee report on House Bill 9153. Representative Kua, Mr. Chair, may I move that we adjourn the meeting? Presiding officer, any second. The motion to adjourn, duly seconded, and motion is hereby approved. In short, Your Honor, it was properly recorded, and therefore it shows, one, that it was approved properly. Second, that the motion to prepare a committee report was properly acted upon by the Committee on Appropriations.
I would be appealing to the official transcription of the proceedings, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman. And that proceedings, as recited by the sponsor, definitely discloses that the committee report was prematurely approved because at that time, the respective agencies concerned, the OCCs and other agencies, have not yet submitted their report. And also, from the proceedings, it would be ascertained that most of the DOCCs, if not all, were reluctant in endorsing the bill, and some of the agencies who are not DOCCs requested for time to file their respective comments on the measure, particularly on the language of the measure. And the committee report, which was submitted to the Bills House, to the Bills and Index Division, would show that it was submitted minutes after the adjournment of the meeting, without considering what the committee required for the resource persons to submit the respective comments. May we know why we are fast-tracking this bill?
See, Your Honor, you went through the entire legislative process, and therefore a fast track probably would be a description which I do not share, Your Honor, because when I prepared the bill, Your Honor, it was after so many consultations. Some of them were made, Your Honor, weeks prior to the submission of the bill. So I've talked to the OGCC, I've talked to the GCG, I've talked to COA, I've talked to PhilHealth, I've talked to many other, Your Honor, with respect to the drafting of this bill. And therefore, Your Honor, a bill is just not just because part of our role as legislators is really to participate in the formation of a national consensus on contentious issues. So in short, Your Honor, if this is such a contentious issues, then this author of this bill have done in particular sufficiently enough, Your Honor, to consider a lot of the so-called unsubmitted, but nonetheless, Your Honor, I've listened to PhilHealth, I've listened to GCG, I've listened to the OGCC, and definitely, Your Honor, those were the basis for the formulation of this bill. So with respect to the committee process, I think we've gone through 2 times already through the committees, and those processes, Your Honor, can stand, I think, Your Honor, the test of the validity of the way this Congress has conducted its, has behaved in considering this measure, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, we can concede that the author has talked with GCG, with BTR, with DBM, and the concerned DOCCs, but he is only a member of the committee. The committee must be able to talk to these agencies involved through an extensive committee hearing. And this has not been done. That is why my question again is, why are we fast-tracking this bill? Why was it first presented to this plenary without even the committee asking for the inputs from the concerned DOCCs and agencies? Why are we fast-tracking this bill?
Your Honor, some of these resources essentially are valid only up to the end of 2023. And if we do not allocate them, then they will, if we do not release these unprogrammed appropriations will definitely expire by the end of this year.
Mr. Speaker, may we know whether the unprogrammed appropriations in the fiscal year 2023 budget will expire by December 31, 2023?
If the SARO for these unprogrammed operations are not released before the end of this year, yes, they will lapse.
In other words, the lifetime of the unprogrammed appropriations is only for 1 year?
One-year release, 2 years obligation. Unlike the program appropriations wherein the budget itself is already the release instrument.
What is expected to be released in the unprogrammed appropriation by the end of this year?
266 billion, Your Honor. As I've said, the necessary amount in GFC or the government final consumption expenditure that is necessary to keep the GDP growth from falling below 6%, because that would mean 180,000 more poor people, Your Honor, if we allow, just like in the second quarter, wherein the final government final expenditure went down by 7%, and the entire, instead of achieving 6%, our total the overall GDP actually slowed down to only 4.9%. So in short, Your Honor, that is the total logic of trying to at least keep our targets and therefore our poverty alleviation targets and therefore our alleviation targets achieved.
The unprogrammed appropriations under the fiscal year 2023 is how much?
807 billion.
Yes. And you are going to prioritize about 600 billion out of that 800 billion. Is that correct?
Your Honor, the releases has already been 261. So plus 266, so that would be about 520 billion, Your Honor.
May we know whether how much of the program for fiscal year 2023 under the GAA has been released?
Essentially, Your Honor, 261 billion, but 80% of that are for notice of loan proceeds, mainly for transportation.
And what triggered the release?
NLP, Notice of Loan Proceeds, because there were no criteria met in the first and the second, except for the third, wherein there is new loans, new ODA that were essentially released.
These are supposed to be the country's counterpart.
Not just the counterpart, Your Honor, but the amount itself that has been lent to the government.
What is the obligation of the government with respect to loan proceeds and the implementation of the loan?
Yung 145 billion na nirelease. Various amounts, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Session.
Session suspended.
Naku, nawala pa. Support for infrastructure.
Sessions resumed. Please proceed, Mr. Sponsor.
The obligation of the government is about 9 to 15%.
No. My question is...
I mean, in terms of equity, Your Honor, that means we released on our side 26 billion.
My question is, we are placing in the program the counterpart of the government with respect to the new loans which are approved during the fiscal year. And when I asked whether the 200 billion to answer this concern was for counterpart of the government, the answer of the sponsor is not, no, it was not. So what was it for?
Which one, Your Honor? May I ask for the question to be clarified, Your Honor? To be repeated.
Please repeat the question, Mr. Congressman Lagman.
The question is already clear, but I will reiterate the question. When I asked the sponsor whether the 200 billion, more or less, which were already released from the program appropriation, was for the counterpart of the Philippine government for new loans, he said it was not. Then my next question is, if the 200 million was not for the counterpart of the government, what was the purpose of the release?
Your Honor, I answered very clearly that it is what we borrowed, and therefore, so it's both part 10 to 15% of that 261 billion would be for equity, and the rest would be the principal amount that was essentially released either by World Bank or JEXIM, or JBIC. So in short, Your Honor, it is the bigger amount of the loan needed, let's say, for the trains, for the railroad projects.
Anyway, I don't think we are in the same wavelength. Let me just ask this question. What are these loans? The approval of which triggered the funding and release of unprogrammed appropriations to the tune of about 200 billion.
1 minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
May I request that my time be stopped?
Secretary, please take note of the time of Congressman Lagman.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed. Please proceed, Mr. Sponsor.
I have here the list, official list, of the 261 billion released. There is very specific line by line for 193.5 billion of proceeds from the loan. In other words, these were released by our ODA partners to the government so that it could finance our infrastructure projects. And the list is long, and I could probably start, for example, to cover the loan proceeds requirements for the implementation of the North-South Commuter Railway, 26 billion. To cover the loan proceeds requirements for the implementation North-South Railway project under ADB, 54.868 billion. To cover the loan proceeds for the implementation of the Maritime Safety Enhancement Project, and to cover the 2023 operating requirements for the implementation of the second additional financing for the Philippine Rural Development Project, 5 billion. That's World Bank. In short, Your Honor, we have the complete list of 193 out of the 261 billion that were released. So these are loan proceeds. Ito yung perang binigay sa atin ng World Bank at ng Japanese government and other partners. So this refers to the proceeds of the loan, Your Honor.
Can we have a copy, Mr. Speaker, of that long list?
Yes, Your Honor. We can provide it today.
Okay. Now, some members of the House have approached me to request that a prioritization be made on the funding and release of unprogrammed funds, more particularly with respect to health, education, and social services. Can we prioritize this portion of the unprogrammed funds, if there are any, with respect to health, education, and social services, over and above infrastructure?
Your Honor, this refers to the availment of unprogrammed appropriations. And this is in the GAA. Prioritization of funding of purposes under unprogrammed appropriations. Let me put it on record, Your Honor. Presented from top priority. A, not requiring excess or new revenue collections, support to foreign assisted projects, and 2, budgetary support to GEO. Letter B, requiring excess or new revenue collection, social services, continuing public emergency, infrastructure projects, and other priority projects. These are just, how do you call that? Program elements, Your Honor. But certainly, Your Honor, the prioritization of individual projects that will be funded by this particular measure will be available, I think, Your Honor, to all members of Congress.
Now, can the committee accept a provision prioritizing the 800 billion program appropriation for fiscal year 2023, Your Honor?
Based, Your Honor, on the proposed prioritization, the language, Your Honor. But of the 807, 261 has already been released. So this is just another revenue allocation.
Yeah,
So for the
with respect to the balance not yet released,
correct, the 266 billion, Your Honor.
we will propose an appropriate language for prioritization.
At the appropriate time, Your Honor, yeah.
Yes, we'll do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a copy of the rules at the moment. May we request that the powers and functions of the Committee on Ways and Means, as well as the Committee on Appropriations, be read before this chamber so that we can determine whether there is a need to refer this bill to the Committee on Ways and Means. Mr. Speaker.
Your Honor, with respect to the Committee on Appropriations, 140 members, all matters directly and principally relating to the expenditure of the national government, including payment of public indebtedness, creation or abolition and classification of positions in government, and the determination of salaries, allowances, and benefits of the government personnel. With respect to the Ways and Means, Your Honor, all matters with 75 members, all matters directly and principally relating to the fiscal, monetary, and financial affairs of the national government, including tariff, taxation, revenues, borrowing, credit, and bonded indebtedness, Your Honor.
As read by the sponsor, Your Honor, I submit again that this bill is a revenue measure with fiscal implications. And I would suggest very strongly that it be referred first to the Committee on Ways and Means.
I disagree, Your Honor.
Now, may we request for a ruling of the House?
Majority Leader.
May I request for a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended. Okay. Session is resumed. Floor Leader.
May we now request, Mr. Speaker, may we now request for a ruling from the chair?
What's your motion, Majority Leader?
We move for the ruling on the part of the presiding officer on the motion of the Honorable Lagman.
Well, I want it to clear that the votation for the motion of Congressman Ed Silagman, those who vote for aye are in favor of the motion. And those who are against, the nays are in favor. Okay? So, baka magkamali kayo, ha? Anyway, so those who are in favor for the motion of Congressman Lagman, please say aye. Aye. And those who are against, please say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure of Congressman Lagman?
under our rules, how do we reckon the quorum?
How do we
reckon the quorum? Can attendance be made only by personal presence in the session hall, or could it be by other means? Because I understand we approve amendment to the rules wherein the quorum is determined by the physical presence of members of the House and not anymore by electronic method because we are not anymore under the pandemic.
I think we have warm bodies. We have warm bodies. Majority Leader. We have 235 warm bodies.
I would request for a roll call of those who are present so that we can determine the estimate of the Speaker that we have warm bodies to consider.
Session suspended.
Sir.
What the God?
May bell na. Siya pa inalito. Okay, malilito ha? Favor.
Bakit?
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Congressman from Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman.
Congressman
Mr. Speaker,
Edsel Lagman.
I will not give you any more problems.
Okay.
I will not appeal your decision or your ruling because to be practical, anyway, this bill will be approved by the majority eventually, considering that in the advisory for attendance, it was ended with a carrot and a stick. And we know what that means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for answering my questions.
Thank you, Congressman Edsel Lagman. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we call on the Honorable Franz Castro for her interpellation.
The Honorable Franz Castro is now recognized for your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So would the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, hindi po kasi ako naka-attend doon sa deliberation on the committee level nitong bill na to. Kaya meron akong ilang mga questions na tingin ko dapat doon sa committee level. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, so this House Bill number 9513, so gusto lang nating ipaunawa na ito ay bill amending the GAA 2023. Tama po ba? Particularly on Section 1, Special Provisions on the Availment of Unprogrammed Appropriations.
That's correct.
Am I correct? Yes. So, nakalagay po dito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So, there are 3 criteria wherein the unprogrammed appropriations would be funded. Tama?
Tama po.
So the first one is the excess revenue collections in tax or non-tax revenue sources from its corresponding revenue collection target as reflected in the BESF. Tama?
Tama.
Okay, so ang ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, so etong letter A na criterion na ito, kung meron po tayong excess na revenue, so dito po natin makikita doon sa BESF ng 2023.
Tama po.
Okay? So, may I know, Mr. Speaker, how much? Meron ba tayong figure of this excess as of the moment or as of this day or the latest figure as regard to the excess revenue collections?
Actually, Your Honor, kung titingnan mo po yung non-tax, lampas na tayo ng 135.
135 billion.
Pero projected po yan until year end. Doon naman po sa custom, ang dapat target, ang custom ngayon nagsi-660. May 3 buwan pa. Pero ang kanilang target lang ay 765. So in other words, there is another 110 billion na pwedeng makuha sa customs. Kaso yung reckoning nito ay dapat ma-certify mo na talagang may excess. So since, if you ask me year to date, wala kang year to date. Since Your Honor, basically, ang maging issue natin dito ay yung year to date niya, mukhang lalampas talaga ang customs at ang non-tax. Pero yung sa BIR ay kailangan kasi, kaya nga po ginagawa natin as a new fiscal rule, hindi lang yung non-tax, kasi kung non-tax, dati na tayong lampas and we can definitely spend 135 billion from the unprogrammed.
Yes.
And from the tax, pwede tayong mag-spend ng 110 billion. Kaso, we need to wait for November and December, basically, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Sir Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So in your amendments, nakalagay kasi dito excess revenue collections in any one of the identified non-tax revenues sources from its corresponding revenue. So we are kasi we amended yung we amended
The first criterion.
yes, aside from non-tax revenues, we included the tax.
Opo, kasi
Okay.
nga, pwede naman yung non-tax, katulad ngayon, lampas ng 135, malay mo yung BIRA, So, to be fiscally conservative, Your Honor, and to meet our fiscal deficit targets, it is better to use the total revenue mix rather than what is being said right now in our General Appropriations Act, na hiwalay yung non-tax sa tax.
Yeah, so if you are going to base from your projection, nasabi natin, di ba, 765 billion from the customs.
Opo,
So consider that as non-tax, right?
tax po yun.
So we need to fund the unprogrammed appropriations of 800 plus 800. We have here how much? 800, di po ba? Yung ating mga unprogrammed
Bilis mawala.
807 billion, 162 million, 480,000.
Tama po.
So we have to fund this. So, kung titignan natin, Mr. Speaker, yung 765, malapit na di ba? So, pwede na nating ma-reach ba? Or ito yung sinasabi nating 110 billion, yung excess?
Yung excess po.
Yung excess na 110.
Nung custom. Pero yung BIRD pa tayo sigurado. At saka para po, kasi fungible naman po yan. Ibig sabihin yung piso galing sa non-tax, piso sa tax. Parehas piso yon para sa gastos. So, Your Honor, ginawa nga natin, hinigpitan pa nga po natin na hindi lang yung, kasi ngayon nakalagay, non-tax revenue. Kasi under the current rule, under the non-tax excess, pwede na tayong gumastos ng 135 billion.
Okay. 135 plus 110 ng
Yung
Bureau of
110,
Customs.
nasabi ko lang po yun, dahil po lampas din tayo ng 110 pagdating sa customs. Pero yung rule po doon ay iba. Ang nakabase po doon sa rules natin, doon sa criterion number 2, dapat new sources na wala sa BESF. So yung mga existing taxes ay not eligible to release unprogrammed. So non-tax lang yung pwede.
Okay. So, may I know the logic behind? Kasi kung kailangan natin itong mga tax na ito to fund yung mga regular na mga expenses natin, so ba't natin sinama yung tax? Kasi tingin natin yung mga non-tax revenue sources, if it would be collected efficiently, we can find the fund.
Parang hindi naman ho tayo pakawala sa pag-release ng unprogrammed. Kasi kung sobra ka sa non-tax, kulelat ka naman sa tax, di yung deficit mo lolobo. Pag lumobong deficit, baka magka-credit downgrade tayo, tumaas ang interest rate. So, lalampas tayo sa deficit target natin for this year. Kaya ang ginawa natin dito sa bill na to, hinigpitan po natin yung criterion for releasing unprogrammed appropriations.
Okay. So hindi yata, parang baliktad yun, Mr. Speaker. Pinadamihan natin.
Pinahigpit
yung
po natin.
pwedeng pagkuhanan
Opo.
noong fund for the unprogrammed.
Correct. Hinigpitan po
kasi,
natin.
okay. So dati, what is the process before? Kasi before, at the end of the year, kapag meron tayong na-generate na sabi nating savings or excess funds, we can fund the unprogrammed.
Yes.
Pero dito ngayon, sinasama natin yung GOCC. Di po ba? Gusto natin yung
excess funds naman ng GOCC. So, ang ibig sabihin nun, hindi na ito, itong A, B, C, D na ito, or A, B, C, kasi ang proseso, Mr. Speaker, we pool the resources, di ba? We pool the funds. And then dadali natin sa BOTR or sa Bureau of Treasury. And then later on, di ba, at the end of the obligated year, tayo rin yung or the Congress will decide to what project are we going to fund. So dito ngayon, iba na. So ang mangyayari, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, so idadagdag natin ito. So we are projecting 266B billion from 11 GOCCs.
Correct.
Including PhilHealth, Transco, etc. So ang ibig bang sabihin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kasi ang nangyayari ngayon, we have the list, okay? We have the 61, in our GAA 2023, we have 61 unprogrammed appropriation, 61. So who determines yung priority dito sa in programming the unprogrammed fund? Dito sa 1 to 61 na yan. Kasi you have said meron tayong, kasi you have said in the interpellation with Honorable Lagman that 261 billion releases. We have already released 261 billion. So nandito yan. Merong Department of Agrarian Reform, Department of Agriculture, Finance, Health, etc. So yun nga yung 261. So from among the 61, so how do we prioritize, for example, if this bill would be approved, how do we prioritize?
Unang-una, Your Honor, yung doon sa tatlo na dati na criterion, isa lang po ang na-meet yung merong release ng ODA. Kaya yung lahat na na-mention mo na social projects, they were all funded by World Bank or other ODA partners. So yung 261, for example, out of the 261, 195 billion was clearly for infrastructure projects and basically World Bank and Japanese Bank for International Cooperation. While the other social programs, they were mostly funded by bilateral or by World Bank. So yung na-meet nating criterion dun sa tatlo ay isa lang, notice of loan proceeds.
Okay. So, yun po sinasabi nyo, support to foreign assisted projects, which is 196 billion.
Correct po.
227. So, ang daming department yan, may DAR, DA, Finance. So, lahat po ito mga foreign assisted
Correct. Pag tinatal mo yan,
projects.
261 po yan.
Okay. So, meron po ba tayong copy nitong mga projects na to?
Opo, isusubmit po namin kay Congressman Lagman, so isusubmit na rin namin sa iyo.
Okay, so thank you po, Mr. Speaker. And also, support to infrastructure projects and social programs. That amounts to, for DA, we have 12 billion, 90 million, na 694,000.
Ayan po, a World Bank project called PRDP po, Your Honor.
Ano nga to? Yung mga...
Philippine Rural Development Program.
Okay.
Which are implemented by local government units.
Okay. How about in the DSWD, 5 billion, 5.7?
Yung 5 billion po, Kalahi Seeds po yan.
Okay, Kalahi Seeds.
Also
And then we have also 13 billion for NFA.
NFA?
Yeah. National Food Authority, we have 13 billion, 187 million, 640,000. So ano po itong 13 billion na to?
May I ask for a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary resumes.
Ito po ay regular na binibigay sa atin ng Estados Unidos. Pinapautang tayo ng bigas. Ang tawag ay Public Law 480. So, ito po ay kasama po sa mga annual na tulong ng pinibigyan tayo ng bigas na worth 13 billion ng Estados Unidos as part of that entire program.
Wait. So, ang sinasabi nyo, Mr. Speaker, yung National Food Authority, 13 billion na foreign assisted. So, ibig sabihin, ito yung foreign assisted project
PL480.
ng USA
United
na
States of
nagdadala
America.
sa atin ng bigas.
Correct.
So, I'm interested with that kasi etong 13 billion na yan, di ba, sabi natin, nagkakaroon tayo ng krisis sa bigas, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung presyo ng bigas. So, kung meron pala tayong ganito. So, ito bang project na to, last year lang yan or nung pang mga
Halos
nakaraang taon?
Regular po yung binibigay sa atin. May para maging mas totoo po. Yan po binibigay natin, pero actually, ang binibigay sa atin yan pera. Kasi parang ginagawa ng Estados Unidos, binibili nila yung bigas sa farmers niya, tapos binibenta din sa world market, tapos yung pera binibigay sa atin.
Okay. So, ito ba nagagamit ng National Food Authority para
Sa
subsidize?
ngalan lang niya.
Ha?
Sa pangalan lang niya.
Para okay. Para
Pero yung
ma-subsidize.
480 napupunta sa BTR.
Sa BTR?
Opo.
Okay, kasi
Yan po yung totoo niyan.
Well, kung meron palang ganito, Mr. Speaker,
Tagal na
so
po.
baka pwede nating di ba? Yung masubsidize. Halimbawa, yung presyo ng bigas. Dahil hanggang ngayon, problema pa rin natin yan, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, di ba?
Siguro maganda po yan na malagyan natin under an program ng subsidy to indigent households for
Oo, kasi
rice. Kaso wala ho tayong nakalagay kahit saan, either saan program o sa program, wala ho tayong nakalagay.
So hindi natin kasi alam, Mr. Speaker, kung paano ito nagagamit, di ba?
Ginagamit po nito pera, pambayad utang.
Yes, so gano'n na nga lang yung nangyayari dyan, Mr. Speaker. So I want to, so sabi niyo naman magsasubmit kayo noong
yung listahan.
details, listahan nito. Meron pa, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang may mga doble-doble kasi dito. Department of Public Works and Highways, 2.8 billion for government counterpart of DPWH and DOTR project. So anong project po ito na nagkaroon tayo ng... So just
we will submit, Your Honor, because there are just too many projects in the DOTR and DPWH that require equity. Ito po yung equity ng national government dun sa uutangin natin sa Japanese Bank for International Cooperation.
Okay, so meron pa din dito, Mr. Speaker, Department of Transportation,
Correct.
provision for payment of arrears of LTO IT service, 1.3 billion.
Tama po yan. Hindi ho nila nababayaran, so nilagay muna natin sa program.
So ano po ito, yung IT service?
Ito po yung
Ito po
PPP ng LTO sa Stratcom. Yung hanggang ngayon pinag-aawayan pa rin, kaya makita mo yung gulo sa LTO. So yan po ay utang natin. So yan yung unprogrammed appropriation ay para may basis po para bayaran sila, yung Stratcom.
Okay. Pero hindi ko pa rin po Mr. Speaker makita yung yung pakinabang ng ating mga kababayan dito, no. So hanggang ngayon naman problema pa rin naman natin yung IT program nung sa LTO o yung IT service sa LTO.
Kasi nga hindi ho natin binabayaran dahil meron ng gulo sa management po talaga ng LTO.
Okay,
Kasi yung sa bawat bago na ilagay mo sa LTO, ayaw nilang i-honor yung Stratcom. So tuloy, nakokompromiso po yung delivery po ng services ng Stratcom.
Well, meron din dito, Mr. Speaker, Department of Public Works and Highways naman, Strategic Support Fund including right-of-way and subsidy. So ano po yung detalye nito? Ano mga right-of-way po yan? Kasi aside from this, alam ko dun sa regular fund natin, meron din tayong nilalaan na pondo for the right-of-way. So this is 2.1 billion. So ano po yung pagkakaiba niyan doon sa nasa regular funding natin or regular appropriations natin na right-of-way?
Meron kasi tayo dati, nasa program yan, nilipat lang natin sa unprogram kasi hindi ka naman sure kung matutuloy po yung negosasyon ng gobyerno at saka po yung may-ari ng lupa. So pagdating po na masabi ng umuo na yung may-ari ng lupa, so may basis tayo para bayaran siya from unprogram.
Well, okay. So sabi ninyo 261 release na.
Opo.
Pero included din dito, which is of my interest also, yung Public Health Emergency Benefit Allowance for healthcare and non-healthcare workers. And that is 4 billion. Nakasama yan dito sa release na 261.
Tama po.
Na-release na po ba talaga to? Kasi ang mga health workers po natin ay nagtatanong pa rin po, especially yung mga private health workers na hindi pa sila nabibigyan nung kanilang allowance and benefits noong nagpandemya. 4
Tama
billion.
po yan. Kaso mataas po yung dinidemand po ng public, yung ating health workers. So, yung binavalidate po nila dahil nung panahon po ng pandemic, maraming health workers po tumutulong. So, ibig sabihin yan, pag during emergency, marami po talaga na magsasabi na tumulong sila, so kailangang i-validate. So sa ngayon po, kalahati pa lang po yung nababalidate. So 4 billion lang po ang nabayaran. So actually, pag mababasa mo sa periodiko, pag tinotal mo po yung mga demands ng public health workers, baka umabot yan ng 55 billion. So, binavalidate po natin through the Department of Health kung sino ang dapat bayaran. Pero at least meron tayong provision dyan po sa unprogram para pa habang nabavalidate siya, pwede natin siyang bayaran.
Well, oo. It's very sad to know na itong 4 billion na ito para doon sa mga health workers natin na matagal nang sinisingil ng ating ng ating mga health workers na kung kulang ito kulang po ito, no? Sabi nyo kalahati pa lang yung nababayaran. Pero itong
Hindi, yung nababalidate.
The whole 4 billion has been released na.
Opo. Pero yung kailangan bayaran 52. Kaya kung
Magkano kailangan bayaran?
Pag tiningnan mo po yung kabuuan ng unprogram, may makikita ka po doon na 52 billion. Ang nakalagay po doon, babasahin ko po. Public Health Emergency, FY23 GAA. Public Health Emergency Benefits and Allowances, o HEA, for healthcare and non-healthcare workers, the amount of 52,962,172,000 pesos, 52,962,172, or 52.962 billion. So 4 billion pa lang po ang nababayaran dito.
So mahaba pa po, malaki pa ang kailangan nating bayaran doon sa HEA, sa ating mga health workers.
Po?
Malaki pa ang babayaran ko. If
Opo.
it is 52
So,
billion,
4 pa lang nung 52.
Yung 4 billion pa lang yun nandito.
Siguro, tingko, matino para sa isang gobyerno na bilisan yung pag-validate para po tong claim na 52 billion mabayaran natin.
Well, I agree with you, di ba? Matino sa isang gobyerno na hindi niya pinababayaan yung kanyang mga personnel, especially yung mga health workers po na talagang nagsakripisyo, buwis buhay ang ginawa nung ano, pero parang ang question ko dito, Mr. Speaker, ay yung pag-appropriate or pagpa-prioritized, di ba? So, paano ba natin pinaprioritize? Kasi mamaya, magiging tanong ko din yan dito sa panukalang batas, kasi meron tayong 61 na unprogrammed. So, how do you prioritize yung mga unprogrammed? Kung meron pala tayong ine-expect na pera or revenue, whatsoever. So, paano natin pinaprioritize? 4 billion, ang kailangan ay 52 billion sa unprogrammed.
The basis po is validation. So in other words, Your Honor, in the next or probably it's proper for any committee of this Congress to ask DOH how they can expedite the validation of the 52 billion claim for HEA or health emergency allowances.
Well, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, parang 2 taon ko na rin yan tinatanong.
Correct, tama po, narinig
So kung
kita.
paano yan binavalidate, okay? Para mabigay na natin yung benefits ng ating mga health workers. Pero unfortunately, yan pa rin yung tanong for the last 2 years.
Awesome.
At hanggang ngayon, di ba, meager 4 billion lang from the 52 billion na need para sa mga health workers.
In fairness naman to this government and to this Congress, in the 2023 budget, may 20 billion tayo nalagay sa program. So plus 4 galing sa unprogram. So 23 billion na rin po ang nabayaran natin. So ibig sabihin, may effort din. Hindi naman as if na pinabayaan na lang po.
Yes, may effort pero baka mag-apply na dyan na yanin pa ang damo kung patay na yung kabayo. Di ba? So, do you agree with that? Kasi talagang every time na makakausap ko po yung mga health workers, siguro tayo, makakausap natin yung health workers, yun yung laging daing. At yun nga po talaga yung primary concern nila. Yung mga unpaid benefits na dapat supposedly, yun yung prioritize natin kung meron tayong popondohan sa unprogrammed. Actually, dapat nga nasa ano yan nasa regular fund natin Hindi natin nilagay sa unprogrammed
Siguro ang isang
appropriation.
proper step, Your Honor, looking forward and in preparation, hopefully there's no new pandemic, is that we need to professionalize our BHW. Kasi if you look at the bulk of the claims are really from health workers who help, but we cannot validate because essentially the national government does not have a proper listing of the BHW who are under or hired by the barangays.
So marami po, Mr. Speaker, yung mga private hospitals, yung mga health workers natin sa private hospitals. Okay, so okay na po ako dyan, yung prioritization lang doon sa pagpupondo natin sa mga unprogrammed appropriations. Ito po sa Department of Public Works and Highways na naman, 22 billion doon sa mga bridges, multipurpose building facilities, flood control, and water system. So, unprogrammed ito, and yet malaki din yung regular program natin, regular na pondo natin para dito sa mga binabanggit nating infrastructure program na yan. So, 22 billion po yan, Mr. Speaker. So, ano po yung pagkakaiba niyan doon sa tinanong ko kanina on the Department of Public Works and Highways?
Your Honor, talagang mayroon tayong mga tulay na kailangan unahin para magamit yung kalsada. So, I think
20 billion din yung isa pa na foreign assisted. Tapos dito po ay 22
doon
billion.
sa foreign assisted, this will be your usual supply-driven ng isang ODA na ang pinapautang sa atin hindi pera, ang pinapautang sa atin tulay o bridging materials.
Yes. Okay. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker. So So ang worry ko lang po dito, Mr. Speaker, dahil dito sa dito sa GAA 2023, nakalagay itong mga nakalagay itong 61 na ang program benefits. Isa pa sa Mr. Speaker, no. Isa pa sa concern ko dito, yung tungkol sa miscellaneous personnel benefits, fund, staffing modification, upgrading of salaries for civilian. Meron po itong 2.75 billion. So, nawala din dito sa minention na released. So, isa rin sa concern ko to, no? Tumaas yung salary. And then, nakita ko po doon sa amendments natin sa budget for 2024, parang tinanggal yung 70 billion na sabi natin sa budget, earmark sana doon sa salary increase ng ating mga civilian personnel or government employees. So ito rin isang sa concern ko kasi wala yan. Kaya ang tinatanong ko dito po, Mr. Speaker, sige, dadagdag natin yung GOCC na yan. Pero who will decide, di ba? DBM na naman ba? Executive na naman ba? Di ba dapat tayo? And di ba, if we are going to amend the GAA 2023, dapat ang Congress din ang mag-amenda. So saan siya ipaprioritize? So hindi pwedeng, ito binanggit ko na nga yung itong mga 261 billion. So hindi pwedeng ipaubaya na lang natin ulit sa discretion ng DBM na yan or sa executive. Di ba tayo ang nagbabudget o tayo yung nagbibigay ng pondo o tayo yung nag-appropriate. Di ba? It's right na tayo talaga yung dapat na makalagay din dito sa bill nyo yung mga popondohan noong na ma-generate natin from the GOCC.
Tama po kayo. Kaso dapat may basehan po. Usually nag-hire po tayo, siguro Watsons, I forgot the name, yung GCG, parang kinukuha po natin ng DBM, siya gumagawa po ng CPCS para po meron pong database driven for compensation ng ating pong mga government workers. So, hindi po tayo bara-bara, kundi inintay po natin yung CPCS na ginagawa ng GCG. And usually, alam mo, galing na tayo dito sa debating to, nung panahon na dinedefend ko yung GCG, at tinahanap mo sa akin yung dokumentong yon. Nung lumabas naman po, nagkaroon po ng increase talaga yung ating pong mga empleyado.
Okay. Sasabihin kasi ganun, Mr. Speaker, so the study will be released by October. So hanggang ngayon, wala pa. So,
okay lang.
Magkakaroon ng parang interim.
Ito, baka nag-fail daw yung bidding ng CPCS, so magkakaroon po ng interim increase ang lahat ng government employees next year through an EO of the President. I don't know the person, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, but definitely coming from the DBM, they say that there will be an interim salary increases through EO habang kasi nag-failure po yung bidding ng GCG for the conduct of the CPCS study. And usually kasi napupunta yan dun sa Singapore-based na Watson.
Thank you for the information.
Lagi nating dinidebate nun.
Mr. Speaker, well, I don't want to give a false hope to our government employees na magkakaroon ng increase. Ang ating magiging attitude dyan, so okay naman tayo, di ba, kung meron. Pero as we see yung ginagawa natin dito sa Kongreso, and even yung 16.9 billion at saka 70 billion na sinasabi ng DBM that could be earmarked sa mga salary increase ay nawala na. Nilagay na rin yan sa ibang mga program, Mr. Speaker. Nandoon yung sa amendments. Wala na sa BSF, nung 70 billion na yan, at dadalhin na yan sa ibang pagkakagastusan other than salary na sinasabi natin earmark. So, titignan natin yan, Mr. Speaker. So, ang concern ko lang po dito sa amendments, kulang. Kung ina-amend natin kung ina-amend natin, Mr. Speaker, itong part na ito dito sa GAA 2023, sa special provision na yan, kasi in-identify natin, no? So dapat, i-identify na rin natin para tiyak tayo na kung saan siya mapupunta. So hindi katulad nito, meron tayong ganito, no, identification ng 61, pero ngayon nga, tayo, na-release na yan, pero hindi natin dito alam sa Kongreso, hindi alam ng ating mga kasama na mga kasama sa Congress, kung alin doon yung mga naponduhan, halimbawa, doon sa kanilang projects, earmark, doon sa kanilang mga jurisdiction or district. So we have to know that, Mr. Speaker.
But definitely, Your Honor, I think that in broad strokes, Your Honor, I would still say that except for those that are backed by notice of loan proceeds, I definitely, the way that, pabasa nga ulit nung sinulat niyo. Ang unahin po ay personal benefits. Number 2 po ay social services. Number 3 ay infrastructure projects. Number 4 are other priority projects.
Okay.
Yan po ang,
So,
ito po yung prioritization po ng DBM.
so maybe,
Except that yung infra, siyempre pag nilabas na yung pera ng JBIC o ng World Bank, siyempre mauuna siya dahil naka-loan naman talaga siya para doon eh. So yun lang po siguro ang exclude doon sa prioritization na yun.
so maybe in due time, I agree with the position of Honorable Lagman na there should be a prioritization. So hindi lang yung ilalagay ninyo dito, yung dagdag na criterion. Since we amended the section on special provisions on program, we might as well identify yung prioritizations para hindi tayo nagtatanungan dito kung ano ba yung napondohan na ba yung ating project. Eh kasi ako ang concern ko dito yung mga benefits ng
Correct.
ating mga government workers. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas of the party list Gabriela for her interpellations.
The representatives from the party list Gabriela, the representative Arlene D. Brosas is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Will the good sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we are really skeptical of the swift process nitong measure na to, Mr. Speaker. Lalo na, it pertains to the utilization of billions of public funds under the unprogrammed appropriations. Now, Mr. Speaker, napansin namin, hindi lang karagdagang criterion sa unprogrammed funds o fourth mode ang laman nitong bill na ito, kundi pagdagdag ng excess tax revenues sa ilalim ng unang mode ng financing ng unprogrammed appropriations. Tama po ba?
Hindi po. In fact, kinigpitan natin. Dahil dati, pag lampas ka na sa non-tax, lampas na nga tayo ng 130 billion, di pwede na tayo magpa-release ng 130. Pero ang ginawa po ng batas na to, itong proposal na to, ay hindi lang pwede non-tax, pati yung tax, dapat sumobra, sumobra sa BSEF. So in fact, inigpitan po natin yung criterion. So both non-tax plus tax should be higher than the BSEF.
May we know how much is the annual excess tax revenues collected by the government?
Sa ngayon po, meron tayong 110 from customs, meron tayong 130 from BTR, yung non-tax po natin. Pero yung BIR natin, baka kumulang na mga 30 billion?
BIR?
Opo, baka
Mr.
kumulang
Speaker.
po.
So, 110 billion, 138 for non-tax.
Yes.
Kung tax revenues lang po na collected, 110 billion plus 30 billion ba yan?
Correct,
Ibig
tama po
sabihin?
yan. So, ibig sabihin, 90 lang, ay 80 lang ang pwedeng i-release.
80?
80.
Bakit naging 80?
110 minus 30 equals
Minus
80.
30, that is the BIR.
Opo.
So, 80 billion, Mr. Speaker, itong excess na ito, is it correct that to say that all this will be funneled to the unprogrammed appropriations?
Sa ngayon
Yan ang
po,
plano?
Sa ngayon po, dahil hindi pa tapos yung taon, ito ay mga estimates lang po. So these are just forecast or statistical estimates. So kailangan natin ng mas firm na basis for, kasi yung pinakakwenta po kasi nito, nung second quarter natin this year, bumagsak yung ating growth to 4.9 at ang principal culprit is the government. Kung sino pa po kung ano pa yung kaya nating kontrolin, doon pa tayo bumagsak. Kasi yung ating government final consumption expenditure went down by 7.1%. And so it brought down our total growth to 4.9 instead of higher than 6%. So naghahabol po tayo dito. Hinahabol natin ng mga 266 para naman po hindi bumagsak ang ating growth rate. Kasi sa bawat 1% na bumabagsak ang growth rate natin, 180,000 families fall below the poverty line. Lalong-lalo na po, alam naman natin yung inflation, ganyan. So, mas kailangan po ng gobyerno talaga na gumastos para po yung ating ekonomiya ay ma-maintain po niya yung kanyang pag-ikot. So, yun po talaga yung rason. We are trying to unleash 266 billion in government spending in order to prevent one more soul from being poor. So yun lang po talaga. 266 billion, kwentada naman po yan. Makikita man natin kung gamitin niyo po yung national income accounts natin. Makikita natin kung saan tayo sumablay. Sumablay tayo sa paggastos ng gobyerno dahil napakahigpit po talaga yung budget na inaproba natin for 2023. Kulang na kulang po talaga. Halos walang growth yung 2023 budget natin.
Mr. Speaker, bakit po yung government expenditure ang bumagsak? Ano yung mga dahilan?
Hindi po tayo gumastos, may underspending. Kung minsan, dahil minadali natin, sabi niyo kanina. Pero itong mga unprogrammed natin to, meron na po siyang, kumbaga, seasoning period kung saan napag-aralan natin. Kasi kung minsan, pag hindi mo plinano, yung pala, papagawa ka ng kalsada, tapos wala akong right of way. So hindi mo magagastos. So may mga planning issues po yan, saka execution issues. So pero ngayon nga, tiningnan natin yung unprogram natin ngayon, nakalista, at dumaan naman po sa ating Committee on Appropriations. So I think the probability or the likelihood that this unprogram can be spent and therefore deliver before the unprogrammed lapses. Kasi pag hindi natin inisyuhan ng SARO yan before the end of the year, hindi na po natin magagastos. Sabihin na natin na hindi natin inabot yung December 31. Inabutan tayo ng New Year. At least we will have a good start for 2024.
Anong assurance yung Mr. Chair na hindi ma-underspending ulit ito?
Yun na nga po, ito pong mga listahan na to, mukhang mas kaya po natin dahil ang tawag namin po dyan sa dumana po ng halos 10 months of seasoning na pag-aralan na maigi. So, kaya nga kanina narinig nyo po, very clear po ang ating prioritization. Number 1, personal services. Number 2, social service, personal benefit. Number 2, social service. Number 3, infrastructure. And number 4, other services of the government. So, at least napag-aralan na po natin, na-season na po natin itong mga programang to, kung alin po ang mabilis at alin ang mabagal. So at least makakapag-prioritize tayo dahil nagkaroon po tayo ng 10 months kung saan napag-aralan natin ato pong mga projects na to na nasa loob po ng ating unprogrammed appropriations.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we're talking of malaki, no? 807 billion para sa
pero
unprogrammed
hindi naman
appropriations.
naubusin natin yan. Nakagastos na po tayo ng 261, pero yung 261 na yun ay lahat notice of loan proceeds. So, yung 200 natin ngayon na inihingi sa Kongreso through this bill is 266. And I think, Your Honor, we will have greater flexibility. Kasi halimbawa, yung mga health benefits na gustong ipaglaban ni Congresswoman Castro, wala naman yun loan proceeds. Pero ngayon, under this bill, DBM has greater flexibility. Kahit man lang madagdagan yung 4 billion, I think marami na ang mako-compensate natin sa mga nagsakripisyo nung panahon po ng pandemic.
Again, Mr. Speaker, hindi pa rin naman yun truly mangyayari, di ba? Kasi isa-subject pa rin ito kung kasama ito doon sa mga priority. Di ba? Yun yung pinag-usapan
Number
kanina,
one
Mr.
priority
Speaker.
po, ma'am, is personal benefit. Number 2 is social services. Number 3 is infrastructure. Number 4 is other services.
Mr. Speaker, nasa bill po yun. Saan particular yan sa bill?
Well, alam niyo po pag hindi ko na mararanggang, hindi ko na po mapapalitan yung nakalista dyan sa program.
So we'll take your word for it,
So in
Mr.
other
Speaker.
words, we would have to rely on the good faith. I have good faith in our Department of Budget, on our executive, to make the correct decision with respect. But the guidance is there, and I think it's well articulated in this Congress that the priorities are number 1, personal benefits. Number 2 is social services. Number 3 is infrastructure, but outside of those that are covered by notice of loan proceeds. And number 4 is other services.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, matagal na po yan sinasabi para sa mga services
Magtiwala
talaga,
ka sa akin
social
ngayon.
services, etc., tiwala. Pero underspending nga tayo nung nakaraan. Tapos
Opo,
kulang
kasi
na
nga
kulang
yung
pa
mga sinaksak natin sa program ay hindi gumagalaw. Gawa nga minadali. Pero ngayon, itong nasaan program ay napag-aralan na maigi. So ang posibilidad na mas mabilis po itong gastusin, na mas nandyan kasi dumaan po siya sa planning or seasoning process. Napag-aralan po natin kung alin dyan ang mas mabilis mapatakbo. So para sa akin po, dahil yung listahan na yan has been there since January 1 of 2023. Now we're November 20. So I guess, Your Honor, there are enough lessons or there are enough consultations with the executive agencies of which of these projects that are listed in the program can move faster because, as I've said, we only have until December 31 to release these projects. And if we want to help the GDP not fall below 6%, then we only have at least 30 days or this next 2 months to do it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, wala pa ring assurance. Kasi sabi ko nga, di ba, underspending nga before eh. Sa actual nga natin na program, underspending ang nangyayari. Dito pa kaya sa unprogrammed appropriations, paano tayo magtitiwala na talagang mapopondohan first yung personal benefits dito at yung social services, health benefits, etc. Diba, Mr. Speaker? Yan po yung ano natin eh, yan po yung tanong natin.
Yes. Ang sinasabi ko lang naman yan kasi, ano ba yung pinakamalaki dito? Sa program mo, 1.3 trillion na infra. Yung iba dyan, bigla na lang napag-isipan tapos wala namang planning na walang pre-con o pre-planning na mga activities. So nilagay natin as our priority. By the time we need to execute them, there is no right-of-way. It's not aligned to the priorities of the community. So in other words, this program gives us greater leeway and flexibility of at least these projects. At para sa akin po, ma'am, very clear naman, ang priority is personal benefits. Number 2 is social services. So how can you go wrong with social services, for example?
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, dahil sinasabi po ng ating buting sponsor na titiyakin niya na yan yung mangyari, Mr. Speaker. I will go on to my next question.
Yes, ma'am.
Hindi ko na ibabelabor yan, Mr. Speaker. Pero talagang question ko yan, ang assurance para totoo. Kasi underspending nga siya eh. Tapos biglang sasabihin na, maglalagay tayo sa unprogrammed appropriations, etc., etc. So wala po akong ganong kumpiyansa dito sa sinasabi ninyo. But I will go on to my next question, Mr. Speaker. On the fourth mode po ito, mula 2020 hanggang 2022, nasa 69% to 89% ang actual utilization ng unprogrammed funds. Sinabi niyo po, as of third quarter of 2023, 27%. Naalala ko yun sa committee hearing. Ang napondohan, tama, Mr. Speaker? Ang point lang, Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin more than half talaga ng unprogrammed appropriations ay napopondohan. Tapos nagagamit mula sa 3 criteria for financing. Ngayon, sa taon na to, 807 billion ang authorized unprogrammed funds. Historically, ito yung pinakamalaki.
Opo.
Pinakamalaki. Usually, ano yung second? Ano yung mga dati?
Yung tunay na kwento nito, ma'am, ito po yung unang budget ni Presidente Bongbong. So, pag tinignan mo yung program, masyadong konserbatibo talaga. So, pinapasiguro nila na may pondo at yung deficit po ay hindi lolobo. Kaya pag tinignan mo yung halimbawa, yung cash-based budgeting at yun ang i-compare mo, yung cash-based budgeting nung 2022 ay nasa 4.036. Pagdating ng 2023, halos 4.036 pa rin. So, ibig sabihin, we are essentially considering inflation in a contractionary budget on the program the program 2023 GAA. Kaya, para bang sinabi natin, hoy, Mr. TBM, magpasiguro tayo na hindi lalaglag ang ekonomiya, ha? So, nagpasiguro tayo kaya lumoboto ng 807 billion because in the first place, the program appropriation were so conservative and so contractionary. And that was very clear from the start. If you listen, for example, to the first budgetary hearing here in August of 2020, last year, 2022. So, itong 807 billion, nagkatotoo na nga. Now, on the very first budget, we would need to access additional expenditure so that the government final consumption expenditure will not pull down the entire economy and deprive our people of the services and the benefits that they deserve.
Mr. Speaker, itong cash-based budgeting, naalala ko, 1 year lang ba ang kanyang
2 years.
utilization? 2 years din. Bakit sinabi na parang contractuary?
Yung actual po na nangyari po doon, pag tinignan mo po, wala kasi si Abuel nasa kanya yun Makikita mo po yung program expenditure no, 4.036. Tapos pag tinignan mo yung 2023, 4.036 din. So halos walang growth. Inflation is going up. So what do you call this budget? So that should have been actually the government. It was wise for this Congress to insist on a more expansive program because that would have filled up for the gap na wala po dun sa program because our economic managers were so conservative of really the obsession with our fiscal deficit and of course our debt, which is also proper. But at the same time, of course, your first duty as government is to prevent one more person from being poor. So you can only do that through government expenditure.
Kung ganun, Mr. Speaker, magkano, how much ang actually na-utilize noong 2023?
2023?
Ito ngayong third quarter ng 2023. Patapos.
Asa na ba yung mga notes ni Abuel? I saw it, Your Honor.
Kasi Mr. Speaker, nangangarap ka ng 807B yung mabuo. Pero actually, ano talaga yung na-utilize for the third quarter?
Hindi ko akalain ikaw ang pinakamahirap sagutin. Sarili, so... Ang program. Pag, Your Honor, pag tinignan mo kasi yung program versus automatic appropriation, yan, yung interest, etc. Yung last year ay, saan na ba yung kay Abuel notes? So, ang sinasabi ko, in the first place, the program was already contractionary. So, kahit ubusin mo pa yung kulang pa rin, masustentuhan yung pangangailangan ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino. So, lumalabas kasi dito sa record nila, 95.1%. Pero, ang na-release, kasi the entire budget is actually the release document for the appropriations. But the design or the framework of the budget for 2023 was so contractionary actually from the start, and it was very clear. So that is why we are in this situation where in the second quarter, the government final consumption expenditure went down by 7 in real terms and negative 17 in nominal terms. Kulang talaga. So parang hinigpitan natin yung sarili natin. So ngayon, we have to avail of, tama naman yung ginawa ng ating Committee on Appropriations, pinalaki natin yung program. So ngayon, may pupuntahan, may pagkukunan tayo.
Actually, therein lies yung question namin, Mr. Chair. Bakit yun yung lalaki, yung unprogrammed appropriation, samantalang ang kailangan natin ay yung programmed appropriation, yung program funds, no, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, since nag-introduce ang House Bill 9513 ng fourth criterion, di ba, sa excess funds of GOCCs, Mr. Speaker, sa current setup, paano ba ginagamit yung excess funds na ito ng GOCCs?
This is generally, ma'am, after they pay dividends. So, yung 560, pinapatulog nila. And I call that as an immoral and inefficient use of scarce government capital resources. Hindi naman nila kailangan, katulad halimbawa ng PhilHealth. Yung benefit structure nila, ganun pa rin. Tapos naka-universal na sila. Tapos ang kanilang reserve na kailangan lang, 216. Taon-taon na sagaan natin, 216 din na binabayaran natin sa PhilHealth. So halos yung 466 billion nila, pinapatulog nila. So nangyayari nga dyan, parang binibisikleta nila ang national government. Hindi ko alam kung anong napapala nila dyan. Dahil ang ginagawa, yung ating BTR, mangungutang at 7%, ibibigay dun sa PhilHealth, tapos yung PhilHealth naman, yung 466, i-deposito naman sa BTR. So, ang nangyayari, tataas lang interest natin, hindi naman gumanda ang ating benefits. At sobra-sobra yung kanilang reserve. So, ang sinasabi ng bill na to, for the first time sasabihin natin, na bawal din patulugin ang pera ng gobyerno. Dapat it should be in the service of the people, even if it's in the GOCCs.
Mr. Speaker, itong mga GOCCs na to, ano yung annual magnitude or magkano yung excess revenues per year ng mga sinasabi niyong GOCCs?
Una-una, ito yung mga naipon na nila dahil pinabayaan natin. Pero, for example, yung PhilHealth, ang gross revenue niya ay 217 billion, pero yung pre-tax, kumikita siya ng 76 billion. Ewan ko, tanungin kita, kailangan ba kumita ng PhilHealth? Kung nagbabayad naman tayo ng 216 billion sa GAA? Di ba, at least ito, yung 76 billion na to, isoli nila dahil sobra-sobra na to. Ito ilang taon na yan nangyayari. Simula pa noong 2018. Dahil noong 2018, pinasa natin Universal Healthcare, UHC. So ngayon, umabot na sila ng 466. So lampas-lampas yung kanilang pera na pinapatulog nila para kanino? Para sa miyembro? Hindi naman tumatas ang benefits. Para saan? So dapat, minarapat ng ating pong bill na ibigay na to dahil sa ngayon at ibawin ng gobyerno dahil mali din patulugin ang pera ng gobyerno. The inefficient use of resources. Ang sabi sa akin ng COA at saka ng GCG, they're saying The Commission on Audit fully supports the amendment, and it cites PD 1445. It mandates COA to help the government attain its objective in economic and more efficiently. And they subscribe to our proposition na kasama sa kanila pag-aaral ng ating mga GOCC kung ginagamit nila o it's an inefficient use of scarce government capital resources.
Mr. Speaker, hindi lang naman PhilHealth yung tanong ko. Ang PhilHealth pa nga, ang tanong ko pa
Isa
nga.
pa lang
kung
yan,
nagagawa-
yan yung pinaka-obvious.
Mr. Speaker, kung nagagawa nila yung kanilang trabaho, Mr. Speaker, yung pa nga yung tanong ko sa PhilHealth.
PDIC,
But anyway, Mr. Speaker, yung total po nung
560 sa
excess revenues per year ng mga GOCCs.
So basically, there's excess funds they have on top of their benefits obligation, on top of their operations, and on top of their reserves is 560.8 billion.
Mr. Speaker, since you are the author of the bill, Mr. Speaker, meron kayong comprehensive na study nung magkano yung sizable excess funds ng mga GOCCs?
Tama po. I can, this is just a
What are
sample.
we talking dito? Magkano po ito? Ilang mga GOCCs ito? Yun lang, Mr. Speaker.
We will work with the GCG, Your Honor, to cover all GOCCs. But at this point, Your Honor, we just sampled 11, and we already found 561 billion that they
500
don't need, for which the government supports by way of either a release for which we borrow, and then they redeposit with the BTR, and they earn interest at the expense of the national government.
Mr. Speaker, kahit itong 561 billion, pwede niyo po bang isa-isahin kung ano-ano ito?
Yes, Your Honor, we can
Magkano
provide you
yung,
a list.
excess revenues.
We can.
So, Mr. Speaker, isa-isahin, pwede po bang sabihin?
Okay. PHIC 203.5, PDIC 184, Philippine Ports Authority 131, National Reclamation Authority 13.2, Southern Philippine Development Authority 11.2, PNCC 8.8 billion, Transco 4.3 billion, Cebu Ports Authority 2.9 billion. These are all government, 100% government-owned and controlled corporations.
And meron pang iba, no, na may
Ay, ang
listahan
dami.
kayo, Mr. Speaker.
Pinili ko lang po yung mga obvious targets.
Mr. Speaker, itong mga GOCC na ito, wala bang nakasaad sa charter nila? Kasi I believe may mga charter yung
Opo.
mga yan. Anong sinabi nila doon sa charter
Ang mas
nila para sa
maano po
excess
dyan,
revenues?
gamitin natin yung Constitution na pag tayo gumagawa ng GOCC, dapat it should pass the economic viability test. Itong estimate namin na excess funds considers that if we do get this money, they will remain economically viable.
Mr. Speaker, actually ito nga yung nakakabahala dito, no, Mr. Speaker, kasi kung excess funds, kung merong ganitong pondo na ginagamit para sa mga basic nga na mga services, health, etc., di dapat doon nilagay ito, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, etong mga wala silang particular na sinabi kung saan, na nakasaad sa charter nila, kung saan nila nilalagay yung excess revenues nila.
May mga nakalagay po din sa kanilang mga charter, inisa-isa rin po namin. Yung pinaka-glaring lang po, yung sa PhilHealth. At sinasabi doon na pag hindi kailangan ng reserve, those are free funds.
Free funds lang, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Sa others, Mr. Speaker, wala silang binanggit. For example, na pinatawag nyo yung PDIC, pinatawag nyo yung Philippine Reclamation Authority,
Yung
Transco.
PDIC, wala po. Ang sabi lang niya, meron daw bill dito sa House na ini-increase yung ating pong minimum deposit insurance from 500 to what? I don't know, 1 million? Pero nung binigyan natin to, nung 2009, as a response to the global financial crisis, we increased the insurance from 250 to 500. Tingnan mo, nagkanda loko-loko, tumaas tuloy yung kanila, no? They were able to accumulate 184 billion in excess reserves. So in other words, I don't know whether we will still consider the existing bill here in the House to increase the PDIC minimum deposit requirement. So that's the only one that's the only reason cited by PDIC during the hearing. Na sabi nila, uy, meron kayo dyan bill, tinataasan. So yung reserve requirement nila obviously tataas. And therefore yung excess from 183 bababa.
Mr. Speaker, among the GOCCs na kinonsult ninyo, sino ang nag-oppose? Nag-oppose, Mr.
Lahat
Speaker.
naman yan
In opposition. Lahat ng GOCCs ayaw.
Most of them would definitely would rather stick that they would have the financial flexibility na yung pera, tuwan-tuwa sila na nakakapag-invest sila sa market, nakakapautang sa national government, nakakakuha ng mataas na rate pag nilalaro nila ang ROPs. So I think everybody likes to have an empire. Especially they feel that once we give them the money, it belongs to their company, when in fact it belongs to the people.
So, Mr. Speaker, lahat sila nag-oppose?
Hindi naman.
May mga
Aayaw-ayaw.
statement sila?
Siyempre, aayaw-ayaw lahat.
Yes, meron po ba tayong mga statements, no?
Ayun, nandito po.
Position statements.
Yes, we can give you, we can share with you their position papers.
So mainly, halos lahat sila? May
During
nag-agree naman?
the hearing, you can sense from them their unwillingness to forgo their privilege of managing 466 billion. $500 billion. So you must be a king.
$500 billion.
Yeah. PhilHealth.
Mr. Speaker, sa GOCCs, another point ito, Mr. Speaker, no? They are already contributing to the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Sinabi ko na rin naman to nung hearing natin. Ano? Now, itong proposal to source funds from excess GOCC revenues, ano yung nakikitang direction para sa GOCCs? Hindi ba, tinanong ko po ito, mag-i-intensify yung profit-based sourcing ng mga ito at the expense of social services and ordinary Filipinos. For example, kung ang PhilHealth, meron siyang profit, di ba? Magbayad kayo sa ospital para makatipid kami or whatever, parang ganyan. Hindi, mas lalong mahigpit, mas lalong mahirap yung ine-envision ninyo na sinasabi ninyo na para ito sa mga tao, parang lalo lang silang kawawa, di ba?
Yung sa Maharlika naman, 3 lang naman ang inutusan natin eh. Dahil yung Land Bank may 1.4 trillion na investable funds, yung DBP may 850, samantala nasa 22 trillion ang ating kinakailangan sa infrastructure. So it's either pautangin nila ang gobyerno kung may deficit tayo o mag-invest sila doon sa mga proyekto. Kaya sa pananaw ko na hindi naman sa magiging profit-based, yung kailangan lang yung profits to the extent na may fiduciary obligation sa mga depositors. At pangalawa, kailangan din talaga kumita ang Maharlika kasi para maging sustainable ang kanyang development. Kasi it is not a sovereign wealth fund. It is a strategic investment fund whose principal goal is development. And to sustain development, they need to earn ROIs. So I don't think that there is a comparison between these excess funds of the GOCCs and the investable funds of Land Bank, DBP, and PAGCOR.
So, two separate siya talaga na...
Well, we can...
Kasi you're talking of excess funds eh, di ba?
Correct.
So, kung excess funds siya, yung mga GOCCs, dito sa ano na to, tatamaan din sila, di ba? Implicated sila.
Di naman. Kasi iba yung inuutos natin dito eh. Yung
Etong-
inuutos natin doon, mag-invest sila. Dito inuutos natin, uy, mas maganda kung ipambayad mo na lang yan doon sa health emergency allowance.
Pero ito, Mr. Speaker, talagang you can guarantee na hindi at the expense of the ordinary Filipinos itong mangyayari na ito.
Hindi po.
Na parang ang mas magigipit dito or dadagdagan ng kakailanganing bayarin ay yung mga ordinaryo nating mamamayan, no?
Itong mga pera to, tulog. In fact, hindi lang tulog, kundi binabayaran natin para matulog. So ginagawa natin, ginigising natin para gamitin para dito sa mga iba pang pangangailangan ng gobyerno, kaysa naman mangutang pa tayo para gastusan yung 807 billion. So, sa tingin ko, yun, So, tayo din naman nag-appropriate nito in the first place eh. So, ang sinasabi natin, huy, bakit nasa iyo pera, hindi mo man ginagamit? Gamitin muna natin dito. So, pag mangailangan kayo, i-appropriate ulit natin sila.
Kung ganun, Mr. Speaker, kung sinasabi na proverbial pot of gold itong excess resources ng GOCCs, then why not legislate instead a measure that will mandate itong mga GOCCs to remit excess revenues to the Treasury so that it will be used to finance regular programs instead of channeling it to unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. Speaker?
Why not? But what we're trying to do here, Your Honor, is in the meantime, we cannot allow 2023 as a year where our GDP... Yes, I agree with you. We can definitely pass legislation governing the GOCC with respect to idle funds, but that's precisely what we're doing.
Kaya nga, Mr. Speaker, tinatanong kasi, unprogrammed appropriations natin ilalagay eh, which is, ano ba yung unprogrammed appropriation? Diba? Ito ay...
Actually, it has the status of an appropriation, ma'am. In other words, these are appropriations selected for its economic and social benefit for the people and for the economy.
Pero Mr. Speaker, discretionary allocation ang unprogrammed appropriations.
Ano po?
Discretionary allocation itong mga ito.
Ay, hindi. Hindi ka na pwede magdagdag dun sa unprogrammed appropriation.
Ibig ko sabihin yung pag-release, Mr.
Ang siguro
Speaker.
pwede mong isumbong sa bayan, kasi 807 yun, nagastos na yung 261, pero yung 261, lahat yun may notice of loan proceed. And may kasalanan dun, World Bank, dahil nag-release ng pera sa atin. So itong inahingi natin ngayon, 266, yan. Doon sa mga natira sa 807, less 261, di mga 540 yun. So kung saan natin gagamitin yung 266 amongst the 540 remaining unprogrammed items, siguro dun, kaya nga, paulit-ulit kung ano yung prioritization.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, hindi kasama sa programmed appropriations
Wala.
yung mga items sa ilalim ng unprogrammed appropriations.
Wala.
Kasi tinitingnan natin dito redundancy, di ba? Maglagay ka ng...
Pwede naman masabi natin na kinulang tayo, kasi may ceiling talaga yung program. So, yun. Pwede phase 1, phase 2. Pwedeng... So, generally, Your Honor, ambawa, yung miscellaneous personal benefits, yun naman meron sa unprogram, meron din sa program. So, hindi naman bawal yun.
Mr. Speaker, yung sa mga unprogrammed appropriations, ano ba yung mga nakalista dito sa ilalim nito?
Ay,
Yung sinabi nyo kanina...
61 po yan, ma'am. karamihan po niyan ay
For this year? For this
most
year?
of them are generally, ma'am, are appropriations that are subject to notice of loan proceeds.
Mr. Speaker, etong mga items na ito sa UA, no? Mostly it caters to, tama po ba, infrastructure-related programs.
Mostly, Your Honor, you can say that because you're not sure whether, katulad ng mag-away tayo ng China, hindi na nirelease yung para sa PNR South papuntang Bicol.
Mindanao Railway.
Hindi po, PNR South, long haul.
Sa inyo, sa Bicol.
Kaya nga, inaway natin ng China, tinanggal yung loan. O ngayon, wala na. Goodbye.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, itong mga, pwede naman i-include ito sa regular budget ng DPWH at saka DOTR. Diba? Bakit? Pwede naman ilagay ito sa regular budget ng DPWH at saka DOTR. Diba, Mr. Speaker? Yung mga nasa listed sa...
Paano kung hindi release yung loan? So nakatiwangwang siya doon sa program. Nag-aantay na i-release ng World Bank yung 40, let's say, yung mga farm-to-market route ng PRDP. 12 billion yun. So, kare-release lang last October 30 yung pera ng World Bank sa DA. So, saka siya ginamit.
Diba, Mr. Speaker, itong mga infra-related programs ay ito rin yung most likely prone sa corruption, tsaka prone sa misuse, Mr. Speaker?
Ang higpit-higpit ng World Bank. Ang higpit-higpit ng Hapon. So, at least meron tayong third party. Although, hindi maganda lagi may third party sa relasyon. Pero, dito, maganda yung may third party. Kasi sila po nagpapasiguro na yung pera napupunta sa tama.
Anyway, lastly, Mr. Speaker, no? Gusto lang naman namin talagang kung nasa programmed appropriation siya, hindi siya mauulit sa unprogrammed appropriations.
Pwede pong maulit.
Napakalaki. Pwede maulit pero hindi parehong proyekto, di ba? Hindi
Phase
siya
two.
parehong kapareho.
Inulang po.
Kasi pinondohan mo na sa program, tapos ganito pa. Tapos yung program nga natin ng mga items, hindi nga yun natatapos, hindi nga yun nagkakaproblema nga yun, nag-underspending, etc. Tapos lalagay pa tayo dito sa unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lastly, ang point ko lang, Mr. Speaker, we have to bear in mind that many existing GOCCs are supposed to cater to social services.
Like what?
To the needs of our people.
Like
Health,
what, ma'am?
energy needs, housing. Yung rationale po for increasing unprogrammed appropriations, allocations, tapos maglagay pa tayo ng fourth mode para dagdagan, di ba, para may panggastos ka sa unprogrammed appropriations. Pwede naman dapat sana no, sa regular funds ng agencies na may direct social services yung dagdagan. Hindi yung idadaan pa natin sa unprogrammed appropriations. Technically, yung sinasabi ko po, the whole concept na unprogrammed appropriations ang ayaw namin. Ang intended PAP sa mamamayan na alam nating discretionary yung allocations nito, Mr. Speaker.
I beg to disagree, Your Honor. Because this is the first budget of the President, and it's so contractionary. And therefore, it is wise for Congress to have had what initially looked like a big unprogram. Because ubus na nga yung program, tapos underspending pa. Kasi in the first place, yung program natin was programmed to be underspending. So what we need now is growth. And for you to grow, you need to invest you have to invest, basically, in growth-inducing sectors like roads, bridges, etc., plus take care of people getting hurt by inflation through social services. So, I cannot agree, Your Honor, that there is discretionary because one, the priorities are set. Second, that in the first place, the design of the 2023 budget was so contractionary and therefore you needed a more expansive unprogrammed appropriations.
Well, I beg to disagree, Mr. Speaker, sa inyong sinasabi kasi kaya nga tayo nagbabudgeting eh. Itemized nga yung mga programa na nilalagay natin eh. Tapos in the interest of transparency and accountability. Kasi lalagay natin yan sa unprogrammed appropriations, tapos discretionary ito, Mr. Speaker. And allegations of corruption and misuse of those funds, Mr. Speaker. So public funds dapat transparent, dapat accountable tayo, Mr. Speaker. Ganun din. Kaya we don't agree with the unprogrammed appropriations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
Yun
you.
lang, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Paul Ardaza for his interpellation.
The Chair recognizes Representative Paul R. Daza of the 1st District of Samar. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to do a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker, if that's okay with you. I wanted to ask the majority leader, or even the speaker, if there are any relevant rules regarding reports, documents that were requested, that are requested in committee hearings. When are they supposed to be provided to members when they've been promised certain documents? Because I did such a thing on this particular bill, on the first hearing. I asked for documents that's supposed to come from DOF and or DBM, but they were not submitted to this representation.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask for a 2-minute suspension?
Session suspended.
I wanted the list, the universe. On the expense. No, both on the revenue side. I got this. That's the first. But no, there's more. A lot more. No, but there's more. They promised me they'll give that to me.
Boss. Kasi nasa unahan. Ayan. Ano ba yun? Good. Ako naman, Bahoy. Tawagan mo na lang yan kay Sally. Call ko lang yan. Sample lang, sample lang. Lalo na kung meron tayo. Yung LGSCF ko, 2 taon.
Hoy, wag kang alalayas. Ha?
Sana daw siya.
Wala ka. For Leia to.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are currently in the process of consideration of House Bill 9513, and I move that we recognize Congressman Paul Daza.
Congressman Paul Daza of the 1st District of Northern Samar is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I kindly ask the Majority Leader, I had a pending inquiry regarding reports and documents requested by members of the House at the committee level, if there are any relevant rules and what's really the practice on submission of documents before, let's say, before we get to the plenary.
Mr. Speaker, by practice, any member who requests for any data, information, or documents from any agency, department, or office should be provided that document, that data, that information that they request. So with regards to how diligent these agencies and departments are when it comes to compliance to this rule, that is totally dependent to them. I've spoken to the ComSec of the Committee on Appropriations, and they have assured us that based on the documents that Congressman Paul Daza has requested, the 2 other documents that is remaining will be submitted tomorrow.
Congressman Daza, are you satisfied with the Majority Leader's answer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to our Majority Leader. I'm satisfied with the response, and I'll be looking forward to those documents. And may I ask the timer to bring it back to 0, because that was a Parliament inquiry that should not be part of my time.
Don't worry, Congressman Daza. I will extend later on if you need more time. Please
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker. So will my honorable colleague yield?
The sponsor?
Yes,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, earlier I was listening intently to the Honorable Lagman. My conclusion is that they were actually both correct, as to the point that this is really a revenue bill. It probably should have gone through the Ways and Means, but having said that, the sponsor is equally correct that this is an appropriation bill which went through the right committee. It's actually both. This bill that we're discussing now is really both in my interpretation, a revenue and a appropriations bill. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I was intent and passionate about getting the information from DBM or DOF or any agency on what really is the universe of the excess surplus that may be available to be able to use to pump prime the economy. Having said that, allow me to commend the sponsor, because it's not an easy task to be able to find 560 billion from COA reports. And I wanted to help the Speaker and the leadership to really identify much larger amounts that I think is out there that may be included in the discussion to fund the unprogrammed appropriations. Now, having said that, let me ask the sponsor, would the sponsor have any idea if there were any excess funds, if they were able to look at, let's say, PAGCOR, CAAP, PNOC, TIEZA? These are historically been the large dividend payers to the national government. And therefore, I think it would be safe to assume they also have large cash reserves. Would the sponsor have any thoughts on that?
If you give me a week, I can go through the entire 52 item universe. But since our dividend law is that you remit only 50% of your total earnings, not earnings plus depreciation, but net income. So therefore, Your Honor, most likely the rest, I only listed 11, so I have 41 more. So the 41 more would probably have substantial excess funds over their expenses, their benefit ratio. Magkano yan?
I commend the sponsor for offering to do that.
Saan na?
But as I had manifested in the first Committee on Appropriations hearing, I had asked DBM, DOF, or the other agencies to do that. In fact, that's part of their obligation to provide accurate data, especially financial data, to the committee and to the House. Because I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that the 560 billion is just probably a small part of that pie. Would that be a fair statement?
I think that would be a fair statement because the net worth, net of GSIS and SSS is 1.7 trillion.
So, and just to clarify, what the sponsor did was go through the COA reports, GOCCs, and really did not include in the universe earmark funds that are unutilized. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, because in respect to their charter.
But if it's the wisdom of the House, we can utilize underutilized earmark funds.
Correct. I think that is the entire logic, Your Honor, of this entire exercise, of this bill, that it is immoral for GOCC to keep funds whose returns are below market. And therefore, these are inefficient use of scarce government capital resources.
And I agree 100%, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I wanted DBM and DOF to do their work, to provide the right information to the House so the people can know how much funds are out there not being utilized. And because, Mr. Speaker, if you do a simple mathematics, the unprogrammed appropriations is 807 billion for 2023. Is that correct?
Come again, Your Honor?
The unprogrammed funds for 2023 is 807 billion.
Correct. And we
261 billion has been released, meaning there's only a shortage of 546.
Correct.
Okay. And if you take out canceled projects mentioned earlier, would the sponsor have any idea how much of the reduction would be from that 807 billion requirement?
We cannot commingle, Your Honor, unprogrammed and program funds.
No. I'm referring to canceled well, let me help the sponsor with some details. Under number 4, the number 4 item in the unprogrammed appropriations is support to foreign assisted projects at 344 billion. I know, because I participated in the committee hearings for DOTR, the South line, the South Hall has been canceled. China has already said they're not going to fund that. And there's many other projects that's not going to push through. So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that 344 billion in the unprogrammed appropriations may be much lower now.
Your Honor, I think we're verifying whether there are canceled ODA loans.
Well, if they can provide that while we're having this discussion on the floor, I would appreciate it. But I would assume the 344 billion will be at least 20 to 50 billion less because of the canceled projects. Meaning, my point, Mr. Speaker, is the potential shortage to fund the entire unprogrammed appropriations may be not that much more from the 261 that the sponsor is advocating for.
Your Honor, certainly, Your Honor, it's only to my mind because we identified 560. And certainly, Your Honor, this bill does not limit the executive from going beyond the 266 billion that I was advocating. So, Your Honor, for as long as these are unprogrammed appropriations that are listed in the 2023 GAA, then I think they are eligible to be funded.
Okay, so should we pass this bill, to clarify, Mr. Speaker, that 261 is not set on stone, that can move up
Yes.
or down?
You see, we now have input from Dennis Mapa, being an economist, and he thinks that Philippines has to spend 560 billion more than the one that I cited as 267. So in short, Your Honor, private economists would have a different, but his computation and my computation, the differential is really the deflator. We're using the deflator in June, and I think it's using the third quarter deflator. So just having that deflator reconciling those deflators, basically, Your Honor, he thinks that we should spend 560 billion more to achieve 6%, while my assumptions show that we need to spend at least 266 to keep 180,000 people from being poor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in that case, why not fund the entire unprogrammed appropriations? Why limit, and you're not sure, why limit the possible gain to a GDP of 6%? If we hit 6.5% because you did your job to find unutilized surplus funds and we pump prime the economy, then we did the country a favor.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, as a financial analyst myself, Your Honor, I thought that 266 billion will be already will shock some people, but apparently, if you go by the numbers, the magnitude of 560 becomes quite reasonable, given the feedback from private economists. So, Your Honor, the bill does not set a limit of 266. We can go as high as 560.
I thank the sponsor for putting that on the record, because my position is, as a former student of economics, it's very hard to project what the economic macro outcome will be given what you want to spend.
Correct.
It's just so hard to forecast that. So if the House, who sets the policy, who legislates, if we make a mistake on releasing funds to fund projects, I would rather err on overspending than underspending.
Yes, because we're coming from an underspending situation.
Yes. So why not target, let's say, 300 billion, Mr. Speaker?
Your Honor, as I've said, 560 is reasonable.
Now, and also, Mr. Speaker, if the problem is if we don't fund the entire menu in the unprogrammed appropriations, then there will be a prioritization which many of members of the House resent, because that decision will eventually be given to the executive. But if we fund, and it's clear in the law that all of it is funded, then it was the House who basically decided what will be appropriated and spent.
I think, Your Honor, that is quite feasible to the extent that there are still unreleased ODA funds. So in short, Your Honor, it creates space for us to go beyond the 266 that I've been saying. So in other words, Your Honor, if World Bank does not release the balance, let's say, of PRDP, then that is a fiscal space to fund the non-NLP or notice of loan proceeds items inside the unprogrammed appropriations.
And I would somewhat agree that that should be an executive decision, given the fast-moving situation, which we cannot predict at this point. But should the entire amount not be funded, the $807 billion, is the sponsor amenable to now coming up with a prioritization based on the sentiment of the members, which really would be the sentiment of the people?
For your information, Your Honor, as of today, UA or unprogrammed appropriations with notice of loan proceeds that have not been released or have no notice of loan proceeds is 147 billion. So that is the kind of fiscal space I've said that we can definitely provide without breaking, our fiscal discipline.
So to clarify, Mr. Speaker, and for the layperson who may be listening, we have a budgeted under number 4 of the unprogrammed appropriations, support of foreign assisted projects of 344 billion.
Correct.
So meaning we will only require what amount
200.
as of today?
200?
So meaning there's 144 billion.
147.
147 that we don't need to fund.
That creates fiscal space, yes.
Correct. So meaning of that 807 billion minus 147,
correct.
If you do the math, all we need now is to find funds for about 660 billion.
Less 261, which has been spent.
Less 261, and that would be about 500 billion.
More or less, Your Honor.
Okay. So, and that's why it was so critical that we get the right data from the executive branch, because I think we have already, the sponsors found 560 billion. So there is a possibility to actually appropriate and fund the entire balance of the unprogrammed appropriations.
Yes, that's feasible.
And
it's good for the country and good for the economy.
And I agree. And that's why I'm so passionate about this particular point. And that's why I commend the sponsor, because I think this is a good thing for the country. Now, let me ask the sponsor, has there been a similar bill passed in Congress? Or would this be the first of its kind?
First of its kind, Your Honor, since 1989.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Speaker.
For AGAA. But we did it for Bayanihan 1 and 2.
Yeah, but for an unprogrammed appropriations, GAA, it must be the first one.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and I applaud the sponsor and the majority for taking the initiative in doing this, because I've always said that there are so much funds out there, and in many times it's hidden by the GOCCs and agencies, and the public should know, and those funds should be utilized. And there's no reason we should be borrowing so much year in, year out, because if we just did the diligence, I'm sure there's probably at least 1 trillion pesos out there. Anyway, I'm happy that I will be supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy that I will be part of this, the first of its kind that's going to essentially identify surplus funds that will help the national government in its in its objective of helping the poor, pump priming the economy, and really, at the end of the day, get our economy at a higher level.
I agree. I agree, and don't
Mr. Speaker, to go back, so is the sponsor, should the entire unprogrammed appropriations not be funded, will the sponsor be open to a prioritization? Because there's a few things that I'd like to highlight before I wind up that I think the sponsor should be aware of that is consistent with his thinking. So will he be open to prioritization?
Your Honor, in broad strokes, yes. But in general, Your Honor, I think the rest of the UA is, given the 147 UA without NLP, then virtually for us to achieve the 6%, we have to spend the rest of the UA without even prioritizing.
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor said earlier, personal services, social services, infrastructure.
Yes.
But there are some that's kind of not clear. For example, there's only 120 million for NHA in the unprogrammed. For various NHA projects, they're severely underfunded. So would that be considered a priority?
Yes.
Under your pyramid of priorities?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, and I hope the sponsor will put that in. It's only 0.12 billion out of 500 billion. Payment of retirement benefits of Intercontinental Broadcasting Corp employees. They've been waiting since 2009 to be paid. It's 400M. So would that be a priority under social services or payroll?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
I want to put that on record with the Secretariat, so that the transcript will show that these are priorities.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. There's a new law that we passed in the 18th Congress. This representation was the principal author that streamlined the domestic adoption process. They were underfunded. There's 150 million in the UA, number 40, for the operational requirement of the National Authority for Child Care. It's for children and families. Would that be a priority under your pyramid?
Yes, it will be definitely part, since personal services is only number one to the extent, Your Honor, that these are mandatory or compulsory. So in short, Your Honor, if you take out the compulsory items in the UA, then that one would fall under the first category.
Okay. Thank you for that assurance, Mr. Speaker. And last, 3 years ago, we passed a good law that doubled the social pension for indigent senior citizen. It's funded for 2024, but there's an outcry that it should have been funded part 2022 or 2023. APRO included 25 billion for social pension for indigent senior citizen to implement that for 2023. None of that has been funded. I think many senior citizens, even if partly, would be funded for 2023. I had a long talk with Secretary Gatchalian on this. He feels the same way, that maybe this should be a priority. Would that be a priority?
Yes, under social services, Your Honor, would be number one.
Thank you. Thank you to the sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I applaud the Committee on Appropriations, the sponsor, and all the members who helped with this bill. And I will support it at the right time. And I thank you for giving me those positive responses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the gentleman from the minority. Majority Leader is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Anong gusto? Ay.
Dave. May button. Color-coded. Pag red, sila na mag-move for the... Yan. Or nagkakainitan na. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are now in the period of amendments, correct? I know. I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. We now move that the period of amendments is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed with the period of individual amendments.
If there being no objection, chair hears none. The period of committee amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Edsel Lagman for his individual amendments.
Congressman Lagman is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some amendments, but since there are no marginal numbers corresponding to the lines of this proposed bill, I will have to identify the beginning and end of the paragraphs to be amended. My first amendment, Mr. Speaker, is with respect to letter D, starting with funds of government, owned and controlled corporations, and ending on reserve requirements, period, close quote. I propose that the period be deleted and the following should be provided for. Provided that the viability of the government-owned or controlled corporation concerned is not impaired or compromised. Period, close quote.
What does the sponsor say?
Since these are already provided for in their charter, and their charter are not being amended, Your Honor, then I am compelled to reject the amendment.
What does the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor and the committee in rejecting the proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Congressman Lagman.
Mr. Speaker, these were proposed by the resource persons during the committee hearing last Thursday. And there was no objection on the part of the sponsor. Whether or not this is already in the respective charters of the agencies concerned, it does not deter from us providing for this amendment to ensure the viability of the DOCC's concern. Otherwise, if this is not provided for here, and we refer to the charters of the various DOCCs, we have to amend the charters because there are already provisions there with respect to their reserves and excess funds being respected for their own investments. So, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my amendment.
What does the sponsor say?
Your Honor, I reiterate my rejection.
What does the majority floor leader say?
Mr. Speaker, in view of the insistence of the Honorable Edsel Lagman to consider his proposed amendment, I move that we divide the House. A nay vote rejects...
1 minute suspension.
In the Constitution.
Amendment na lang kasi.
Reject lang.
I have instruction.
Session resumes. Majority Floor Leader, do you concur with the sponsor in rejecting the amendment?
Mr. Speaker, prior to answering your question, I withdraw my previous motion to divide the House and concur with the sponsor and the committee in rejecting the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Congressman Laxman?
May we know what is the ruling of the Speaker, because I'm going to appeal that ruling, and considering that we cannot divide the House anymore, there is no House to be divided, there are no more warm bodies to constitute a quorum, then I would raise the question of quorum.
1 minute suspension. Ruling.
Other than this,
Bago siya mag-roll ng Tanong mo sa kanya kung pwede suspension. Paalam sa sponsor. Tell the sponsor will suspend. Dali na lang to, masususpend na, okay na. Pero kung gusto mo, boss.
Ngayon lang.
Session resumes. Majority Floor Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9513 as contained in Committee Report number 859.
The House Bill 951, what does the sponsor say?
No objection, Your Honor.
The House Bill 9513 is hereby suspended consideration of the bill for tomorrow. To be calendared. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to our rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
The privilege hour is hereby open. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable representative from the BHW party list, Representative Angelica Natasha Co, to avail of the privilege hour.
The representative from the party list BHW, Representative Angelica Natasha Co, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues and members of this august chamber, naririto ako ngayon sa inyong harapan. Una, upang batiin kayo ng isang maligayang buwan ng mga bata. At pangalawa, upang paalalahanan ang lahat na tuloy pa rin ang ating obligasyon na isulong at itaguyod ang karapatan at kapakanan ng kabataang Juan at Maria de la Cruz. On this day in 1989, world leaders made a stand to ensure that children around the world are allowed to grow, learn, play, develop, and flourish with dignity. The United Nations General Assembly made a prominent commitment to protect the rights of the next generation by adopting the Convention on the Rights of the Child, or the UNCRC, which incorporated the full range of human rights of children, such as civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights into one single document. Bakit ba mahalaga ang National Children's Month? First, because the Filipino children deserve the best things in life. This celebration reminds us to always tilt our legislative decisions and actions for the best interests of the child and look into ways to safeguard their rights to survival, protection, development, and participation. Second, ang kabataan ang pag-asa ng bayan. This immortalized line of Gat Jose Rizal still evokes aspirations to nurture and protect today's youth. With this, we aim to avoid the children from falling prey to all forms of exploitation, abuse, and violence, among others. As they will be the next leaders of this society, we should also hone and give them access to education and a safe environment to make their future brighter. Finally, the National Children's Month mirrors interlinkages, synergies, and active participation of all sectors of society in pursuit of the country's agenda and objectives for the children. This time of the year, we pause, reflect, and move forward. We pause and reflect on what went well and what could have been better for the children. And then move forward and see what we can do for the promotion of their best interests. The theme for the 31st National Children's Month is Healthy, Nourished, Sheltered, ensuring the right to life for all, which is based on the UNCRC recognized right of the child to survival and development. Every child has the right to the best health care possible, and they are entitled to a clean water to drink, healthy food to eat, and clean environment to live in. My dear colleagues, this theme calls upon us to transfigure our laws and policies and make the necessary investments for children to finally obtain the health care and nutrition needed for their survival, development, and enjoyment of all available rights. We are called to respond to the clamor that every child must enjoy every right. It is thus our goal to translate this theme and the vision it entails into a reality for all Filipino children. As an overview of the national nutrition situation in our country, the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 detailed that the mortality rates among neonates, infants, and children under 5 remain virtually unchanged between 2017 and 2022. Slow progress was seen in childhood nutrition outcomes. From 2015 to 2021, the prevalence of stunting among children under 5 years old decreased from 33.4% to 26.7%, and wasting from 7.1% to 5.5%, while overweight remained at 3.9%. In a data by Save the Children Philippines, our country ranks 9th in the world for having the most stunted children, or those too short for their age. In fact, 1 in 3 Filipino children is stunted. In total, around 3.6 million Filipino children under 5 years are stunted. Stunted children are 4 times more at risk of dying. Stunting delays both the body and brain development, which may affect children's school performance and future careers. Meanwhile, childhood immunization coverage has remained under target. Although the proportion of fully immunized children increased in 2022 compared to the 2017 baseline of 70%, it still did not meet the 95% target. This led to inadequate protection from vaccine-preventable diseases and their consequences for millions of children. Basic vaccination coverage is worse among low-income households than middle to high-income households. According to a data provided by the Council for the Welfare of Children as regards 2022 immunization program, the total number of fully immunized children for 2022 is at 1,384,412. This accounts for only 59.92% of the 2,310,426 eligible population of under 1 year old. Low immunization rates in the country may be attributed to the declining confidence in vaccines as misinformation on the safety and efficacy of vaccines spread through social media and other sources. Also, cultural and social norms contribute to the increasing vaccine hesitancy. Aside from a declining vaccine confidence, the accessibility of healthcare services in remote and conflict areas remain to be a barrier to achieve full immunization for children under 1. The triple burden of diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and globalization-related health conditions like the pandemic, continue to be a priority public health concern. The effects of disease and malnutrition threaten the future of children and also the future of the societies they live in. Meanwhile, the World Bank 2021 report found that undernutrition is and has always been a serious problem in the Philippines. For nearly 30 years, there have always been no improvements in the prevalence of undernutrition in the Philippines. Additionally, the Department of Science and Technology Food and Nutrition Research Institute found that despite improvement in the food security situation of the country, we are still challenged with this problem, as majority of the population suffer from food insecurity and hunger, whereof inequities are notably between wealth and economic groups. The results are crucial in supporting the growth and development of children in the country. The various findings enable us to pinpoint the policies that need to be strengthened to provide children with better access to health programs and services. It will further help in formulating timely policy decisions at the national and local levels and achieving our commitment to domestic and global development goals. Several laws and major health sector reforms and plans have been pursued, but significant obstacles to implement remain. My dear colleagues, it is about time that we exercise our oversight function to review government programs and agencies, conduct inquiries, and make recommendations to improve efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability in government operations with the end view of promoting transparency, public participation, and of course, welfare of the people, especially the children. My distinguished colleagues and members of this august chamber, as the primary duty bearer, high priority and strong support to nutrition should be our legislative agenda. We need to build a strong and more coordinated partnership for nutrition. We also need to strengthen the appropriate bodies in order for the programs to run effectively and efficiently. Most importantly, we need to secure adequate financing for nutrition and nutrition-related programs. However, the government cannot do this job alone. I am now advocating for multi-stakeholder initiative to address the malnutrition among Filipino youth and children. I am calling on every influencer in a child's life to impart the value of nutrition. I enjoin all parents and health and nutrition stakeholders to be vigilant in keeping children's health and nutrition a focus of care. our children will only be able to enjoy all their rights when they are healthy. In addition to the persistent challenges of health, nutrition, and education, children also have to contend with emerging threats like climate change, online sexual abuse and exploitation, and cyberbullying, among others. Only with political will and increased resources will we be able to help translate the vision of the UNCRC into a reality for the Filipino youth and children. Allow me to speak in favor of the development of a bill of holistic and comprehensive bill for children, which will be a powerful tool for protecting and promoting the rights of all children. It will help to ensure that children are treated with dignity and respect, and that they have the opportunity to reach their full potential. As we all know, children are the future of our nation. They are our hope, our promise, and our legacy. They are the ones who will carry our work, make our dreams a reality, and build a better future for all of us. But for many children in our country, the future is not really that bright. They live in poverty, they suffer hunger, they have no access to quality education and health care, and they are exposed to various forms of violence and abuse. They are the most vulnerable members of our society, and I must emphasize that they deserve our protection. This is why I believe that we need a Magna Carta of children, which will guarantee the basic rights of all children, regardless of their race, religion, gender, or socioeconomic status. This will guarantee them the right to education, healthcare, food, shelter, protection from violence, and participation in decisions that affect their lives. The Magna Carta of Children is not a radical proposal, as it was already raised by the Honorable Representative Yeda Romualdez, the former chair of the Committee on the Welfare of Children in previous Congress. It is simply a recognition of the fact that all children have the right to a happy, healthy, and fulfilling life, and that they are not merely our future, but our present. My dear colleagues, I now ask you for your vigorous support in the development of this very important bill. Let us show our children that we care about them and that we are committed to their future. Together, let us ensure that every child has every right. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Angelica Natasha Co to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The speech of Honorable Natasha Co is referred to Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Loreto B. Acharon to avail of the privilege hour.
Representative Loreto Acharon of the Lone District of General Santos City is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, who are not too many in numbers as of this time, maayong gabi sa atong tanan. I rise today or this evening on matters both public relevance and parochial interest, as I, for and on behalf of the people of the Lone Legislative District of General Santos City, extend our gratitude and appreciation on the outpouring of assistance, assurances, prayers, and well wishes in the aftermath of a strong earthquake in Mindanao on Friday, the 17th of November, 2023. No other than His Excellency Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. personally assured the affected areas and inhabitants that concerned agencies of government, upon his instructions, are directed to extend assistance with haste. Of equal importance and inspiration is the immediate release of 20 million pesos in social and medical assistance and provision of 5,000 food packs from the Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez and Tingog party list to be equally shared by my district and that of the Honorable Steve Chongbian Solon of the province of Sarangani. We are also grateful to Speaker Romualdez for sending our esteemed colleague from the party list Act CIS, the Deputy Majority Leader Erwin Tulpo, whom he designated on his behalf to assess the damage to lives and properties. True to form, Secretary Rex Gatchalian, together with his Undersecretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, led the distribution of food packs and financial assistance yesterday and met with our Mayor, Lorely Pacquiao, to see to the immediate needs of the affected areas and ensure a coordinated and efficient response to expedite relief, recovery, and rehabilitation. By now, the global scientific community and our own Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology has determined with certainty the epicenter of the earthquake, which is approximately 31 kilometers off the coast of the municipality of Sarangani, Davao Occidental Province, from a depth of 10 kilometers below the waters of Celebes Sea. The respective intensities recorded were as follows. Intensity 4 in Kidapawan City, Cotabato, Magsaysay, Davao City, Davao del Sur, Jose Abad Santos on Davao Occidental, Kiamba and Maitom in Sarangani Province, Norala and Tangtangan in South Cotabato, President Quirino, Libac, Isulan, Esperanza, Columbio, and Calamansig in Sultan Kudarat. Intensity 5 in Matanao, Davao del Sur, Maasim and Malapatan in Sarangani, Lake Cebu, Tampakan, Pulumulok, and Banga in South Cotabato. Intensity 8 is in Glan, Sarangani Province, and our city of General Santos. The earthquake struck at approximately 4:14 in the afternoon as I was attending to my constituents at the congressional office and left 9 dead, 776 persons treated for injuries, many of whom are students injured while escaping in panic. Buildings, roads, and bridges were damaged, while classes in all levels remained suspended until a combined team of the city building official, DPWH District Engineering Office, and volunteers from the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers have completed the inspection of all school buildings and validated the safe return, occupancy, and use of the same. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, General Santos City is no stranger to the grumblings of Mother Nature, as we are a city, a resilient city, blessed with equally resilient people. However, the November 17th earthquake is by far the strongest that we have experienced and led me to raise the issue of disaster preparedness in the context of what transpired last Friday. Given that science and available technology at present still cannot predict in advance the occurrence of an earthquake in ways similar to volcanic eruption and weather disturbances, such as typhoons and hurricanes, the best that anyone can do when there is an earthquake, regardless of magnitude, is to duck, cover, and hold. The best way in most situations to protect ourselves during earthquakes. Drop, cover, and hold are the most appropriate action to reduce injury and deaths during earthquakes, as any rescue team and emergency preparedness expert will recommend, a fact that should be repeatedly hammered into the public's consciousness, most importantly to students. There were even reports of students sleeping from school balconies. However, reports from the field reveal that these reported incidents are not true. What is true is the number of injured who required immediate medical attention as they trooped to the hospitals. And what is more equally true is the effect of this incident to the mental health of many among the general populace. The approval of House Bill number 7354 on third reading, promulgating the establishment of evacuation centers for victims of typhoons and seismic activities in every city and municipality is a move in the right direction, because without doubt, the usual practice of using school buildings as evacuation centers may be sufficient for victims of typhoons, but does not hold true for those displaced by strong earthquake, since school buildings are susceptible to structural damages as well. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I have always subscribed as much as I can to the old maxim that an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. And in this instance calls our collective attention and wisdom to rally behind the House Committee on Disaster Resilience, which is the primary mandate to pursue measures that redound to the benefits of our respective districts and beloved constituents. As of today, Mr. Speaker, the city government of General Santos has seen fit to not declare a state of calamity in the city following the recommendations of the City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office, because the extent of the damage does not warrant such declaration, even if the number of families affected stands at 1,730 households, or 8,650 individuals, while damage to the 16 infrastructures from both public and private were non-structural in nature. Even so, I am very honored to acknowledge with pride the able leadership of the city mayor, the Honorable Lorely Pacquiao, who led a whole of local government response without any delay through the City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office, our Public Safety Office included, some members of the Sangguniang Panglungsod, particularly Councilors Jose Orlando Acharon, Rick Atindido, and Dominador Lagari Jr., and other city officials, in particular our city administrator, Attorney Franklin Gacal Jr., and other department heads and agencies. We thank the Almighty for keeping us safe and secured from this earthquake, as we are ever grateful as well to the many friends and close associates who immediately called this representation and asked how they can help, gestures that help alleviate the fears and anxieties that come our way when we are faced with nature's challenge. No words can describe our gratitude to Speaker Martin Romualdez, Representative Yeda Romualdez, and Representative Jude Asidre, and my fellow representatives who wish as well. I take this opportunity to also extend my gratitude to Senator Lauren Legarda and my party mates in the National People's Coalition, especially Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mehan, for their gestures and words of support. From the bottom of our hearts, daghang salamat, and God bless us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Loretta Acharon of the Lone District of General Santos City to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The speech of Honorable Acharon is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List for his privileged speech.
The Honorable Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of Kabataan Party List is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Noong nakaraang November 17, naglunsad ang mga estudyante mula sa iba't ibang pamantasan ng mga kilos protesta at pag-aaral para ipagdiwang ang ika-5 National Students Day, na halaw din sa pandaigdigang selebrasyon na International Students Day. Kumilos ang mga organisasyon ng kabataan hindi lamang para sa pagtugon sa mga issue sa kanilang eskwelahan, pero bilang pakikiisa rin sa panawagan upang matigil ang nangyayaring genocide sa Palestine ngayon. Sa Metro Manila, nagsagawa ng iba't ibang pagkilos sa loob ng UP Diliman, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Ateneo de Manila University. Naglunsad ng mga koordinadong protesta sa university centers gaya ng Taft at University Belt, kung saan lumahok ang mga estudyante sa De La Salle University, UP Manila, UST, National University, National Teachers College, at Far Eastern University. Sa Pasig, nagtipon ang mga kabataan sa pamamagitan ng study circles. At sa Baclaran, nagkaroon ng Unity Walk ang mga youth organization. May mga malikhaing pagkilos sa West Visayas State University, UP Visayas, at Central Philippine University sa forma ng discussions, banner hanging, at maging sa pagsayaw via flash mob. Sa Mindanao, nagpatawag ng mga focus group discussions at consultations sa Ateneo de Davao University, University of Southeastern Philippines, at UP Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, ito ay nababagay sa kung paano din nagsimula ang pagdaraos ng International Students' Day, which our National Students' Day was patterned after. November 17 ang araw kung saan nilusob ng mga Nazi ang University of Prague matapos ang mga protesta na kumukondena sa pag-okupa ng Nazi Germany sa Czechoslovakia at sa pagpatay kay Jan Opletal, isang medical student, at ang manggagawang si Vaclav Sedlacek. Ang totoong diwa ng pagiging bahagi ng mga estudyante at kabataan sa nation building ay naipapakita ng mga estudyanteng masigasig na nag-aaral, hindi lang sa classroom, pero nag-aaral din at tumutugon sa mga issue sa kanilang mga pamantasan, sa mga komunidad at sa ating bansa, pati ang mga isyong parehong nadarama saan man sa mundo. Mayaman ang balon ng kasaysayan ng mga estudyanteng Pilipino na lumalahok sa paglikha ng kasaysayan. Halimbawa, nakamarka sa history books ang pagsasanib puwersa ng mga estudyante at tsoper noong Diliman Commune. Isa ito sa mga tampok na kaganapan noong panahon ng martial law ng diktador na si Marcos Sr. Itinatag ang Diliman Commune bilang protesta ng mga estudyante at tsoper at pangunahing nilabanan ang pagsirit ng presyo ng langis na lubhang nakaapekto sa kabuhayan ng mga POV drivers. Hanggang ngayon, Mr. Speaker, bitbit ng mga estudyanteng Pilipino ang palabang diwa ng National Students' Day at pinapatunayang hindi nakukulong ang pag-aaral ng mga kabataang estudyante sa loob ng 4 na sulok ng isang classroom o ng ating mga phone screen. Kaya naman pinagpupugayan natin ang mga estudyanteng nakikiisa sa mga jeepney driver at operator na nasa mga strike centers para sa nagaganap na transport strike. Kinikilala ng mga kabataang estudyante na ang usapin ng jeepney phase-out ay usapin ng pagkawala ng kabuhayan ng mga maliliit na jeepney driver at operator. Nasa kamalayan po ng mga kabataang estudyante na pinapain ng kasalukuyang modernization program ang maliliit na jeepney drivers at operators sa mga malalaking kumpanya na mas may kakayahang sabayan ang gastos para makapagtaguyod ng kooperatiba at makapagkonsolida ng prangkisa. At mas kayang maabot ang mga rekisitos gaya ng pagkakaroon ng modernized na fleet ng mga jeepney at maaayos na mga terminal. Kaisa ng mga tsoper ang mga estudyante na dismayado sa pagiging mas mabilis na pag-expire ng mga prangkisa mula 5 taon hanggang sa 1 taon na lamang. Ginagawa nitong mas madali ang pagkuha ng mga malalaking kumpanya sa mga ruta mula sa mas maliliit na franchise holders. Sumasakit po ang ulo ng mga kabataan at estudyante sa tipo ng modernization kung saan imbes na tulungan ang mga lokal na industriya upang makalikha ng mga environmentally conscious, mas ligtas at mas PWD-friendly na mga PUV units, pangunahing nais pagkunan ng gobyerno ay ang mga banyagang industriya, kaalinsabay sa tinatansyang e-vehicle production boom sa parte ng Estados Unidos. Hindi katanggap-tanggap na mistulang tapunan tayo ng mga modern vehicle di umano na pinaglumaan na pala o hindi na mabenta sa ibang bansa. Dahil sa mas mataas na gastos sa pagbili ng mga modern vehicle at pagmintena ng mga prangkisa at ruta, tinataya din na magiging epekto ng anti-mamamayang modernization ang pagtataas ng pamasahe at posibleng umabot, batay sa mga calculations at research, pwedeng umabot sa 35 pesos ang magiging base fare sa ilalim ng mga modernisadong PUVs. Pahirap na naman ito sa mga kabataan nag-aaral at nagtatrabaho at iba pang mga commuter. Kaya bago tayo magtapos, Mr. Speaker, pinapanawagan natin sa mga kabataan, estudyante man, manggagawa, urban poor, magsasaka, at mga kabataang profesional na sa gitna ng samot-saring mga isyong kinakaharap ng ating bansa at ng buong mundo, tupdin natin ang misyon ng mga kabataan at ng mga estudyante na ipagsilbi ang ating oras, talino at talento para isulong ang kapakanan ng kapwa at para lumahok sa paglaban ng mga mamamayang Pilipinong inaapi at dapat pakinggan. Ito ang tunay na diwang makabayan, hindi ang bulag na pagsunod o disiplinang dinidikta ng mga nasa kapangyarihan. Ang malayang pag-iisip at pag-aaral ng kabataan sa lipunang Pilipino para matukoy ang mga kasalukuyang problema nito at mabago ang sistema ng lipunang ating ginagalawan ay tunay na diwang makabayan at tunay na diwa ng kabataang Pilipino. Yun lang, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Raul Manuel of the Kabataan Party List to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Honorable Raul Manuel is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privilege hour is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other business for the day, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, November 21, 3 p.m.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The session is adjourned until tomorrow, November 21, 2023 at 3 p.m.